Is yours in, go back to settings.
But he hasn't
Yeah,
told us
Wi-Fi.
supposed to start at 8. So I can check what I actually
No,
can.
8:30.
Yeah, so you have
That
one.
was just
So how do I
breakfast.
turn it
So
on?
then you just
We were all
do,
confused too.
there's two.
Because I'm old,
So now
so
you
I'm
can-
tired. So okay, next best get away. But I miss the
And it would show up as like.
I do want that.
Recording in progress.
Louder for the people in the back.
I do have one.
You guys seen Fuller now with Iran, or they? Donald doesn't mess around. Huh? Now they'll know not to mess with this anymore. Or with the Israelis.
Good morning. I'm Selena Ruiz Gomez, and I am the Pueblo City Council Work Session Chair. It is Saturday, February 28th at 8:30 a.m., and I call this City Council Annual Retreat to order. I would like to begin by welcoming Pueblo to this annual meeting with our staff from the city, our mayor, and our councilors. Today we will be having some good discussions around some very important things that will impact our city in the upcoming year. We'll be discussing our budget with our city staff and the mayor. We'll also be looking at working to figure out what goals and objectives we want to work on as a council to move forward. So I welcome everyone here. Thank you, fellow councilors, for being here today on this Saturday morning. Thank you to all of the mayor's staff for being here to brief us on this very important topic of the budget. Today's meeting will last till 3 p.m. About noon, we will be taking a lunch break. I would like to just do some kind of housewarming things. There's some food outside, there's drinks, there's snacks on the table, and bathrooms are outside and toward the back if you need them. How we will be running today's meeting, as we talk about the topics, it'll be similar to how we run the other work session. I will acknowledge folks to come up, and then as the discussion components come up during the session, I'll acknowledge counselors as they put their hands up to field their questions. Does anybody have any questions? Nope. Okay. All right. So first on our agenda, I would like to welcome Mayor Heather Graham and her staff, Bella Trujillo, who is the Assistant HR Director for the City of Pueblo, and Mr. Denny Nunn, who is the Finance Director for the City of Pueblo. At this point, I'd like to welcome Mayor Graham and her staff to begin their presentation. We will give about 45 minutes. Is that enough?
Sounds good.
Okay.
Counselor, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, good morning, everybody. So this is a several-part presentation. We're going to give you an overview of 2027's projections as we see today. Some things the staff has been doing in order to address the budget shortfall for 2027, and some additional ideas we have starting pretty soon and moving through 2026 into 2027 as well. This work now? Okay, there we go. Okay. So today we're gonna see 2027's projections. We're gonna talk about frozen, unfunded, abolished positions, union wages, temp and seasonal employees, and within temp and seasonal employees, the impacts to parks and recs, and our voluntary separation program that we're putting together here at the city. So this is the 2025 year-end sales tax collection. As you can see at the very bottom, you're gonna see that we have a $1.2 million future appropriation left for 2027's budget, which is no bueno. Our carry from year to year is about $10 million, so you can see we did and adopted $10 million out of the reserves for 2026 budget to be able to pay all of our bills in 2026. If everything stays the same, and we have to do that again in 2027 because you don't see tax revenues increase, which we're not seeing yet, this is what we're gonna be left to for future appropriations for 2027. So $1.2 million before we go into council and Tabor Reserve. So it's a big problem for the city. Capital costs in 2026 were super limited because we did not have the generous sales increase that we had from previous years. So no capital costs, as you know, because you approved the budget, were expended out of the general fund or budget. We bought 7 cars out of the public safety sales tax, equaling about $750,000. All other capital items that had been budgeted for 2026 came out of the interest for the half-cent sales tax, which is about $3.2 million. This does include the payment for the cab building, and this does include the payment for the PMJC air conditioning unit at about $1.6 million is also coming out of that capital cost and not out of general fund dollars. Does anybody have any questions on that? Does everybody understand the interest that comes off of the half-cent sales tax, and that's what we're using to do capital projects? Everybody gets that? Okay. So when we talk about wage projections, wages are our largest line item within our city budget. So wages in 2026, these are the wage increases that city council approved. So appointed management got 3.25. They usually get the same thing as general service does. You can see general service got 3.25. Fire got 4.72. Police sergeants and patrol 4% and 3.6%, totaling $3.5 million without any fringe. The 2026 budgeted health insurance increase was an overall 5.8%, which is a 50-50 match, and it was about $1.4 million that cost the city. So between wages and benefits for 2026's budget, it cost the city about $5 million. These are frozen positions. As you recall, last night that the budget was read, I asked for an amendment to be made to freeze these 24 positions. It resulted in an overall savings of $2.4 million to the general fund for 2026's budget. We are continuing this philosophy as we move forward through 2026. These are year-to-date positions that I have frozen, 6 positions: senior HR analysis, office assistant at PD, fleet mechanic, assistant director of HR, marketing and social media service specialist, which came out of my office, and sweeper, which came out of Public Works. And you can see that it's an overall $684,000 in savings for 2026. So it will be even larger in 2027 because some of those positions worked a couple months into this year. These were positions that were abolished completely in 2026. So the difference between an abolished position and a position that we're just unfunding, abolished positions are going away completely. The other positions that were unfunded in the city, they're just unfunded. So the positions, the job descriptions, they will remain. If there comes a time where we need to look at rehiring an individual, has to come through city council to get budget and appropriated funds for that positions once you pass the budget and that position has been unfunded. So what have we been doing for 2027's budget? So as you know, we meet and confer with the unions every single year to talk about their CBAs, their contracts. Fire negotiations are up this year at the city. General services and police, this is police's last year. Pages, we talk to Paige every single year. And so what we've done is we've met with the heads of the unions, and we've asked them to take a zero for 2027. So no pay increases for 2027. The general service has agreed. You have it on your contract for final reading on the 9th. It was first reading on the 23rd. Police has also agreed to take a zero in 2027. In good faith, they want 4 additional personal holidays, and they want a good faith promise that we will continue to negotiate contracts after if something changes in the city. So they are not going to freeze their contract, they are just going to take a zero, and we will renegotiate their contract in 2028. Fire, we're still working through with fire as they are up for negotiations this year. So that one might be a little bit different. So we have good partners within our unions at the city. They know what terrible financial situation the city is going to be going into 2027, and they've agreed to come on side with us and take zeros for their wage increases. And also we have a little note in here that management will also receive a 0%. So this is really huge for the city's budget for 2027. So this is kind of where I'm going to start to need some direction from City Council. Last year, for those of you that remember, I brought some slides and presentations to City Council of what it would look like to reduce part-time and seasonal employees within the city. Last year in 2025, we spent $3.5 million in part-time and seasonal wages at the city. As of 6/30 of 2025, we had 428 temp and seasonal staff, and as of 12/31, we had 147. So you can see that decrease with the time of year because of the pools, the concessions, the kids programs, horticulture. You see a decrease as we get through the end of the year with our temp and seasonal staff. So if we are to come to the point where we have to look at furloughs or layoffs within the city as a whole, there has to be a reduction, and there's a specific way that the reduction goes in staff. So it has to be part-time people, probationary people, and then permanent employees. So what this tells the city through their CBAs is all part-time people have to be laid off before we could even think about touching full-time jobs. Our city is made up of a lot of wonderful part-time employees who do a lot of great things for quality life services in our community. So this is going to be a large impact to quality of life services in the community if we have to look at laying off part-time and seasonal workers. So I kind of broke these out on what these part-time seasonal workers look like. I'm going to need direction on this today because the hiring process for this starts March 13th. So some of you are aware, I've met with you individually and kind of talked about this situation. We talked about it last year through the budget. We are to that point now at the city where we have to start making some of these hard decisions when it comes to part-time help, because what we don't want to do is we don't want to hire part-time employees, lay them off, and then have to pay unemployment. That doesn't make any sense for the city, so we just don't want to hire, period. So when we look at these, this is just specifically for parks, because our parks department is our largest part-time employees, and those are the ones that we have to start hiring in the next couple of weeks. So aquatics, you can see, so that's going to be your pools, your lifeguards. So we have 4 pools in the city. You can see that we have a significant loss of revenue for opening the parks of over $200,000. Our El Centro, we have 22 temporary employees. You can see their wages and benefits of $143,000. No temp or part-time staff to operate. The center will result in 1 full-time employee responsible for limited operation of the facility. Programs and special events will not be provided. These are our recreation line, 60/40. This is 211 temp employees. These temp employees account for the rides at City Park. You can see what the loss of revenue would be and the loss of how it would be a loss of a community and amenity. Youth sports, temp employees also help with all of our youth sports. They help run the programs, they help staff the programs. That would also be a cut volunteer coordinators who help watch those part-time coaches. You'd also see a reduction in staff. Park rangers are part-time. The Adopt a Park program, park security. We will only have three full-time park rangers. I think we have 9 part-time staff for park rangers. You can see the next line is going to be the horticulture line, streetscape and maintenance. So this one is really one to think about because if we do not keep up with our horticulture and our maintenance, in the end it could end up costing the city a lot more money because our streetscapes will have no attention to them, and to try to revive them for next year, it will have significant impacts on being able to do that. Adult sports, the city also runs the adult sports, so cornhole, pickleball, softball, tennis. We have temp employees who do all of that as well. All of our concessions. These are all part-time employees that we are going to be hiring, have to make a decision in the next 2 weeks on what we are going to do with part-time staff. Does anybody have any questions? Sorry, I'm going pretty fast. No.
With all these different categories, is it kind of you can keep some of them and not get rid of all of them, or is this kind of a one foul swoop? You either do it all or you don't do any of it?
You can pick and choose. Internally, we've talked about closing 3 of the pools. What would that look like to close 3 of the pools? Only leaving City Park open. Some of the pools need some significant upkeep and upgrades to open for this summer season. So we have to weigh in those upgrades in order to keep those pools open as well. City Park is the one that generates money and doesn't lose money. So that would be my proposal, is for you to keep City Park pool open if you were going to keep a pool open. But the other programs, if you're going to not do any kids program, then I wouldn't do any kids program or anything else. So you could kind of pick and choose what you think.
So by letting all these temp people go, we're probably gonna have a loss of those taxes as well.
Well, and we wouldn't let them go yet. We wouldn't hire them. So we would just leave the positions open. And there is some sales tax that is generated, but for the majority of these programs, the city takes a significant loss.
So as I see it, the bigger question is this being enshrined in the CBA agreement that was approved by the voters. And so the city is being held hostage by an agreement, not being able to make decisions that are best for the community. Quite frankly, the very essence of government is to ensure that parks, recreation, infrastructure, things like that are first priority. So the bigger question here should be is that how quickly can we go to the voters and ask for a change in the CBA? And to me, that's the only answer, because if you're going to reduce the size of government, you have to be able to do that. And the way that that agreement has been enshrined is you don't have the ability to do that. So the only priority I think we should have as a community, as a city, is to go back to the voters quickly with the ability to not have that agreement written in there, and to change and amend the CBA. These are decisions that shouldn't even be made at this point. Are you going to shut down swimming pools? Are you going to close the parks? Are you going to do, simply because of the collective bargaining agreement? So, my suggestion, council would obviously have to agree with that, is to go back to the voters quickly they should be hearing this and say, this, our only way around this is to be able to reduce our government without affecting the amenities that your tax dollars, quite frankly, are designated for. So,
I don't think that's a vote of the people,
That-
so Carla can.
Yeah, that would not be a vote of the people. That's a negotiated item in the collective bargaining agreement. Would be the layoff of the full-time versus the part-time is a negotiated item in the collective bargaining agreement. That's not a vote of the people, so that would have to go back to negotiations.
and so you can start that Monday?
So you can start it at negotiations, but right now, they've agreed to a zero pay rate going forward. So, I mean, we can take it to the table when we go back to negotiations. I don't know if that's something you want to take to them right now, since they've agreed to a zero pay raise going forward for next year.
Well, quite frankly, the employees of the city are also residents of the city. And literally, we all have to look at this from a pragmatic viewpoint of saying, either we do this or we're going to hurt the community. I don't know, you guys make those decisions, not us, on whether you're gonna sit here and
No, that's why, this is your decision. That's why I'm bringing this to you
well,
today.
yeah,
I
I'm
brought
just
this
being
to
told,
you a year
I'm just
ago.
being told we can't do anything until we go back to negotiations. Well, I don't buy that. I think you can start renegotiating.
Yeah, you can
that
open
immediately.
negotiations
You can
between
make-
all three unions. I don't know
Sure.
that that's in the best interest of the city.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, we can open negotiations, absolutely. It's part of negotiations. You can open those negotiations. Whether you want to do that is completely up to you. But right now, the unions have agreed to a zero pay rate increase for next year, and that was to help the budget. And they have agreed to that without having to go back to negotiations. If you want to open negotiations and bring all this back, I don't know where they would stand with the pay rate increase. And then if you can't agree in negotiations, then we're in arbitration. And then you're leaving it up to an arbitrator to agree, or to come down with a decision and impose that decision on the city. So I don't think that would put the city in a very good position typically.
Well, then it's better that we close all our parks and our swimming pools and all the amenities to the community, because we're not willing to take this back to the unions, That's my whole point. I mean, I think that, I think city council obviously is in between a rock and a hard spot here, is that, what do? Do you just say, all right, let's just keep it like it is and keep going in the hole and going in the hole, or do we nip it in the bud and go back to negotiations? I mean, ultimately, if you look from what you presented in the long run, if we don't do anything, then the inevitable is going to happen. Not only do temporary go away, but then 10 to 15% of your total workforce go away. So
Well,
I
one
mean,
way
just-
or another, you're going to have to cut staff. So whether it's full-time or part-time, you're cutting staff. And whether it's full-time or part-time, you're cutting staff, you're going to have to cut services. So somewhere along the lines, you're going to be cutting services, whether it's parks, it's streets, it's planning. When you cut staff, you cut services. So sooner or later, that's where it's going.
well, I don't want to hijack this, but literally, services haven't changed for the last 25 years. The only thing that's changed is the number of employees that it takes to service those amenities. I mean, government's grown by people, not by services. Our services aren't any better today than they were 25 years ago. It's the same parks, the same swimming pools, it's the same.
So just from being at the negotiating table, the union's purpose of having that in there is for their protection, in the sense that they don't want to have the city's ability to lay them off as full-time employees and replace them with temps to do the same work. That's why that's in the contract. So I don't know how agreeable they will be to remove it.
I have a question too, as it relates to the budget. We're talking about classified employees, that's what I categorize them as, obviously. Those out on the street, we gave raises, not we, but you gave raises to the executive staff, right? Are their salaries being frozen? I mean, we have a chief of police that
Hold on,
makes
let me correct you. Hold on
$194,000
just
a year.
second. I don't give raises to anybody. City council gives raises, right? You guys approve the budget. Okay?
Oh, we did?
You did.
As it relates to raises?
Yes, you did.
For the chief of police and the,
Yep,
and,
yep.
oh, okay.
You do. So management gets whatever general service employees get.
Oh.
So when you approved 3.5% raise for general services, that's what all management and all admin gets.
Okay.
So that includes all directors, Counselor Latino, anybody in a management position that's not within the union, they get the same pay increase that general services does.
Really?
Yes, and
It's
for
interesting that we do that in Pueblo, because I've dealt with budgets
yeah.
and the positions I've had, and it has nothing to do with me, but it's very interesting, you know?
Yeah, that's what you guys agreed to. That's what was passed in the budget, is appointed in management gets the same pay increase that general service does.
Mayor Graham, I'd like to call a point of order. There are several counselors here who have some questions, so I am going to just start to my left with Counselor Boston, and then work my way to the right. So, Counselor Boston, I will acknowledge you for
I'll go quick.
2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In reference to the arbitration, as you said, next year, we're gonna be in a point of 1.2 million, and then we're gonna have to start dipping into reserves. So before long, we'll be at the ability not to pay, and layoffs are inevitable. So I think at a certain point, not that I'm saying we need to open negotiations, but I think the unions are gonna be aware of the financial position that the city's in, and that's probably why 2 of the 3 unions have already been a good partner, accepting a 0%. But, to Councilman Aliff's point, in a sense, if we don't get ahead of it, it's gonna get worse. So I don't know if, they can go to arbitration, but eventually they're not even gonna win in arbitration if we don't have money. Obviously we need more money, or, we need to reduce spending. So, I don't know if we need to, in a sense, be fear-mongered in a sense of arbitration, because before long they're not, we're not gonna have money. Like, there's not gonna be an argument in arbitration.
Well, sometimes arbitration just isn't about wages. They arbitrate several other things, hours, management rights. So even if we're not talking about wages and we go to arbitration, the city could lose when it comes to those different items that we want to remain to have those types of management rights. So we necessarily wouldn't be talking about dollars. It could be step, it could be hours, it could be sick leave, it could be HIFLA, it could be all kinds of different things that maybe don't have a
Dollar.
financial note, especially attached to it, but in the long run, it could end up costing significant quality of life to our community or services in general.
Thank you. The chair will recognize Counselor Dante for 2 minutes.
Okay, so,
Use
when
your
you
mic,
say,
Monty. There's people online.
when you say management, that includes staff?
That includes anybody that's not in the union, so anybody that's upper supervisor level or appointed positions.
Okay, and, all your temporary employees, are they in a union?
No.
Okay, so, the other thing I wanted to ask is what is CBA that Mark was talking about?
That's our contractual agreement between each of the unions.
It's a collective bargaining agreement.
Yeah,
And so-
the actual agreement.
Okay, and so, rather than just, not hiring the temporary employees during the summer, would it be better if you just cut the hours of some of the activities?
We We've looked at that too, Councilwoman. So we've looked at maybe just opening the rides on the weekends instead of 7 days, reducing the hours at the pools. We've kind of looked at all different scenarios. Now, I'll tell you that cutting these programs are not going to be the save-all, be-all for the community, but it's the wages that are having an effect on our budget. As you can see, the part-time wages were $3.5 million in 2025. So we're looking at it at a broad scope of, can we continue some of these programs? When we talk about not having pickleball and tennis lessons, that doesn't mean we're going to close the pickleball and the tennis courts. People will still be able to go and play. You just won't have city staff essentially teaching you the lessons. So when we look at it, we want to look at what amenities are still going to be provided to the community, but maybe you don't have a staff member who's coordinating those amenities.
So you're open to just cutting hours then on some activities?
Absolutely.
Okay.
The chair will recognize Counselor Gomez for 2 minutes. Chair will recognize Counselor Hernandez for 2 minutes.
Good morning. The 27 budget, proposed budget, projected budget that you submitted, does it reflect the frozen positions?
It does.
It also includes the 0% increase for employees
It does.
outside of the fire department? And it also includes the cutting of the temporary seasonal employees?
It does not.
It does not include this part, okay. So we know we don't have enough money to pay our bills. So you have two choices. You either cut or you increase revenue. So what are we doing on the side of increasing revenue for the city?
Sure. So last year I did bring the ballot measure to try to increase sales tax by 1%. It significantly failed. As you're very well aware, our budget is based 70% off of sales tax. So if people aren't spending money in our community, those revenues are not going to change unless we change the amount of revenue that we can collect.
Is there outside of a 1% tax increase, is there any other way, any other means for increasing revenue? Outside of our
Sales tax is our largest, fines and fees to the court, property tax to the county that we are receiving allocation, but sales tax is our number one, it's our only, right? We don't collect any additional fees for roads or infrastructure or streets, like you see in any community. It's 3 pennies for every dollar cover this $117 million budget.
Is the city thinking about any type of tax increase that's targeted towards something where we're underwater with our budget?
So it wouldn't necessarily be the city that would be, proposing. You would agree to put something,
Correct.
On the ballot, but we can't campaign on that. But the unions are talking about bringing a pretty large campaign for the November ballot for a tax initiative.
But that
I
would
don't
only,
know that it's specifically targeted. I don't know the details.
does that affect only them, or will it decrease what we're already given to them in exchange for this tax increase or this initiative for?
Can you repeat that one?
So if we're giving, is it firefighters or is it all of them?
All of them.
Okay, so if we're giving them, let's say $72 million and they do an initiative with the taxpayers where they increase taxes to the taxpayers by $10 million, is that $10 million going to come off of that 72?
I can answer, I think, what you're trying to ask. But I think it depends on the ballot measure that they put forward. If it's earmarked for specifically union wages, then it would only be for them. But if it's not earmarked, I don't think it can only be specified for union wages.
Correct.
Just like if it's allocated for economic development or something.
Yeah, I'm not worried about where it's going to be allocated. I'm wondering if it's going to offset what the city's already paying to these people.
So the money from the 1% would go into the general fund, then that would offset any
So-
deficit that the city would have, and then the city council would then allocate any monies that would be brought into the general budget.
Correct. So and let's see if I can make it a little bit more clear. It's difficult. I see it in my own mind, but I can't put it out of my mouth. If we are paying dollar A to the unions, correct? That's what we're talking about?
Well, we wouldn't pay it wouldn't be paid to the
In our budget,
wages,
wages.
Okay.
If we're paying wages to
the employees.
the employees at a tune of $10 million, just to throw a number out. And then we also have an initiative to taxpayers to increase $2 million. Does that make that 10 million now 8? Or does it change the budget at all for us? Does that make
Counselor?
sense, Danny?
Sure, so.
Okay, thank you.
Danny gets it.
Sure, so if wages are 10 million and we increase the general fund revenue by 2 million in an initiative, council can, if the ballot initiative is to place that revenue to the general fund,
Okay.
that would be up to council to designate how we spend that additional 2 million.
So the initiative wouldn't say that this $2 million increase to the taxpayers wouldn't go specifically to this department?
No.
Okay, that's
I
what
don't know what the plan is and how it's gonna be put together, but I mean, personnel costs in our 2026 adopted was $100 million.
Personnel?
Yeah. So it's 90% of the city's budget.
So back to the 27 budget, it includes everything we've talked about with regards to frozen positions, 0% increase for employees, but it does not include temp employees.
Does not include temp employees, and it does not include the additional 6 that have been frozen for this year.
Okay,
This
thank
is
you.
just if everything stays as it is.
As is.
And it's if sales tax stays as it is.
Danny, I just have one question for you. Can you, I know the answer to this question, but I think it's important that the community know the answer to this question. Can you explain the difference between ending fund balance and fund balance available for future appropriations? Because they're two different numbers, right?
Absolutely. So there are, the ending fund balance is actually what we have left as a remainder after all expenses. Now, after we have that ending fund balance, we have 2 types of designated reserves. So we have taper reserves, which is 3% of revenues, and we have council designated reserves, which is 12% of expenses. So those 2 items make up our reserves rainy day fund. So what we say is available for future uses does not include reserves. So that's our rainy day fund, only touch, break the piggy bank in the case of emergencies.
And we're doing that we've done that every year for, since 2023?
What we
Out of the fund balance, we've taken money out of the fund balance?
Well, we had some years that were better than others. So in
Right.
2021 and 2022, we saw significant tax increases. So we had stimulus funds, we
Correct.
had SUTS money. So in those years, we added significantly to the fund balance.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor, the chair will recognize Counselor Boston for 5 minutes, and then we'll move to President Ayla for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think I'll need that much time. Just kind of piggybacking off of what Councilman Hernandez just mentioned, I think it's important that, we consider some of this as a group, and, we need to start being creative. Obviously, we need more money, and if we start cutting too many services, that could lead to more money going outside of our community to other communities being spent. You know, that's why some of the ideas that I was, talking about during my campaign were trying to find ways to keep people in Pueblo and spend more money in Pueblo. Take advantage of our, Riverwalk, have more monthly festivals or more events here in Pueblo where people are gonna come out and spend tax dollars. Try to find new initiatives to, bring something new to help generate more money for Pueblo. So, I think, obviously we need to make cuts, but, we need to be mindful of some of the cuts we make because if you cut too many things, people are gonna leave Pueblo to spend that money and you're gonna have more loss in, revenue. So we just gotta be mindful and creative of finding more ways to get dollars spent here, bring people here, and keep people here to spend their money since we're so dependent on that sales tax.
Thank you. The chair will recognize President Aliff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to remind City Council, when you look at the big picture, since 2018, our revenue has increased close to $48 million. So you take that $48 million and you got to understand that even though we increased the revenue by $48 million, we're more in the hole now than we've ever been. Now, why is that? Why is that? Because if increases are only brought on to grow the government, then you're always going to be stuck in this imbalance of, it doesn't matter how much money we collect, we're just going to spend it on things that are not, I don't want to say critical, but they are critical in the sense that what's our purpose as a government? I mean, why do we collect taxes as a government? Because the taxpayer has a reasonable expectation that the three, and I always go back to this, that the three purposes of government, was to ensure our safety through police and fire, take care of our infrastructure, and keep our amenities such as the parks and all of that in order. But something's happened and it's not just Pueblo, I think it's everywhere. But something's happened where it's become discombobulated, where government decides, well, it's not that important to take care of the three things that are necessary. We're going to fund all these other things that aren't necessarily a function of government. And then we believe we just have to grow and grow and grow our staff and our salaries, and what happens is the city isn't growing. So you get this whacked out imbalance. And the one thing that's never changed is that nobody's taken seriously shrinking the size of our government. If we don't, this is going to continue. You can bring in another $20 million next year. Say a tax increase is passed and you bring in another $20 million. 5 years from then, you're going to be $10 million in the hole, because what that $20 million goes to is just growing the size of the government, not taking care of the functions of government. And that's an opinion that I have. So what the mayor's talking about here really needs to be addressed. It needs to be addressed that quite literally the size of our government is too big for the size of our community. And if we don't make changes to that, if there's not a shift in those expenses, then it doesn't matter how much money you bring in. That money's just going to keep feeding the insatiable appetite of government growth and not taking care of the road. We can't fix our roads. We can't do this. We can't do that. People gripe all the time at each and every one of us. When are you guys going to do this? When are you going to do that? And our pat answer ever since I've been on city councils, we can't afford to. We don't have the money. It's just not available. But then think about that for a second. In 7 years, we've grown $50 million in revenue. Didn't put a dime aside, and we're still in this position. It's literally a very simple solution that has so many diverse and hard decisions that need to be made to make it happen. But, mean, know
I
I'm
just
not
want to
answering
add
it.
that we are making a difference when it comes to the government. So from 2018 to 2023, the previous administration hired 100 new employees. Since December, we've reduced that a third, right? We've frozen 30 positions in the city, saving the city almost $3 million just since December. So we are going to continue that track through 2026 to unwind some of that spending that was done previously. But when you talk about the $48 million that the city took in, I will remind you that the city spent $10 million a year paving roads out of that $48 million. So it wasn't just staff that we were paying. We literally paved $10 million in 22, 23, 21, 22, 23, and 24. So that was very big for our community. That's why we asked the community to de-bruce. Revenue for roads was the ballot measure, and we did pave $10 million in roads a year. So it wasn't just growing the government. It was also doing infrastructure projects in the community.
The chair will recognize Councilor Dante.
Thank you. Let's go back to in history and why our roads were in the shape that we are in.
Sure.
Because they decided not to do any of the infrastructure years ago. And this is probably the reason, because they needed money and so they thought they could just cut at that point. I don't want to see us get into a situation similar to that. And then another thing I was thinking is that we have several buildings that were supposedly supposed to be sold when the cab building was bought. Have those been put up for sale yet?
They have not. We had an appraisal done at 310 B Street. That appraisal is not back yet. Once it comes back, I'll be bringing that to City Council to get direction on that building.
Now, there were more than one, correct?
The other building was a trailer that's on the backside, the trailer building, the stormwater building that's on the backside of planning and stormwater and Public Works. Public Works they have not initiated any of their move yet, so those people are still in that building.
And there's also a possibility of selling the Pope Block building.
There's always that possibility, yes.
$50.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Well, that just getting it off our
If
hands.
we sell
would
the
it-
Pope Block, though, it's not going to have any impact on our general fund. That would go back to the half-cent sales tax fund.
That would still help us. And then the other thing is, and I don't know how many of the entities collect money. I do know that the rides collect money,
Oh, what?
the rides, the city rides. And I know this won't bring a lot of money in, but if you increase the ticket sales.
Yeah, I think they pay a quarter a ride, so I think we'd have to charge like $20 to ride to fix our budget problem. Thank you for the solution there, Diane.
That was kind of my curiosity too, was around how much do we charge each community member to go to the pool? How much are the rides? And is there can we, maybe adjust the price to cover some of this at all?
We can. I don't think that that's going to solve the shortfall. The rides, the pools, those are really amenities for the community. So our costs are very low of what citizens pay to be able to come. Mitchell Park, sometimes we let people in for half price because no one comes to Mitchell Park. That's just the way that it is. We do free days to try to even get community members to come. So I do think that there's some room to consolidate the pools for the summer to figure out which ones are being used the most and which ones are costing the city the most, and costing when it comes to infrastructure and bringing those pools up to where they need to be to get open for the season.
I know that early in January, we voted on a grant what was the grant? The Go Kids grant? Is that going to help?
Kids grant.
The GOCO grant?
Yeah, I'm sorry, that one. Or it was
Um,
about the swimming pools or funding for the kids.
Not necessarily for the city. We would just be part of their days for the kids to come to the pools. We probably donated those entries for people to come to. Any other questions this far?
We talk about paving, and we
Joe.
pave some of the major streets.
Oh, good. You're here. Maybe you can answer
What about
for
the
all this.
resident, what about the,
didn't
re-
hear it.
what about the residential, what about the residential streets?
What about them, Joe?
Well,
Are you asking how much we spend a year paving, or?
yeah, well, I'm asking, when are we, we're spending money on Santa Fe and other areas, but what about the neighborhoods,
Yeah.
communities?
I don't think
That-
we're spending money on Santa Fe because that's not a city. That's
Okay,
not a
all
city
Right.
street.
I
but
use
we
that
s-
as an example
Okay.
in a rush manner, but my major concerns are the neighborhood streets,
Sure. Yeah.
okay?
Yeah. So currently, the city receives about $2.5 million in federal funding to pave roads. So the $10 million that I talked about previously, that money is gone. So we're not spending $10 million to pave roads. In 2021, City Council put a stop on collecting a street utility fee that generated about $2.5 million to come to pave as well, right? So we brought that to you guys a couple times. A couple times you voted to not put that fee back on for people to increase. Most recently, Andrew came and talked to you about having to do a new study to see if our rates are where they should be in order for City Council to agree to start charging that fee again. So that was voted on by the people to pay that fee. City Council controls the amount of that fee, and so once that study is back and we know how much individual households and businesses can be charged, we'll be bringing that back to City Council, but that fee has not been collected for many years. So the only money we have to pave roads is coming from our highway user tax, and it's about $2.5 million a year. We are not using any other capital funding to pave roads. We do not have any other capital funding to pave roads.
So this money has to be specifically used for state or city roads, not residential, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm
No.
just saying that the dollar amount is so low that we're not able to keep up with those residential roads. We're paving large arteries, not the roads that are necessarily within the neighborhoods.
So is there a strategic plan in terms of the infrastructure, the paving of roads, et cetera? Do we have a strategic plan?
I think that you guys have been presented that plan on what roads are slated for what years based off of user and based off of how much funding that we have at the city for that time for those roads.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Y'all recognize Councilor Dante? Did you have a question?
Continue.
Councilors, any other questions at this point on this topic?
Councilor Hernandez.
Chair will recognize Councilor Hernandez.
Just one last question. The final page on this says that you need guidance from us by March 13th, and that's on the temp and seasonal?
That's when the hiring starts for temp and seasonal.
Okay, so 2 weeks.
Couple weeks, yep.
Thank you.
Okay, now I'm going to let Bella talk about our voluntary separation program. This was a program that was initiated in the city back in 2014 when we had other budget issues. So this is one way that we think that we can reduce some of those full-time employees by letting them retire and then offering them an incentive to retire, and then part of that voluntary separation agreement is that we do not backfill that position, or maybe if we have somebody who's going to step up into that position, that we do not backfill the position under them. So it's going to be a case-by-case scenario. It's not going to apply to public safety because that would end up costing the city more money because we'd have to pay overtime wages. So these are going to be your management positions. These are going to be your general service employees, and I'll let Bella talk a little bit about that. You want to come up here? You want me just to click for you? Okay.
So this is a strategy that the city has used a couple times in budget issues. It was done in 2009 and again in 2014. And it's essentially a payout. I'm going to give severance pay to get employees to not necessarily even retire. They can just separate from employment. They don't have to be ready to retire. They can just leave. So this accelerates our attrition so that we have those vacant positions that can be frozen. We're going to try and get that rolled out very soon. This kind of benefits because typically the ones that have taken advantage of this program in the past are ones that are closer to retirement. They may have 2 or 3 years, and this incentive encourages them to do it now. They're the higher paid employees if they're closer to retirement, so it's a higher savings. So that helps with that attrition rate. It's not a reduction in force, it's a voluntary program, so there's no opportunity for them to apply for unemployment after the fact. It's just take your money and end employment. There's been some different options proposed on what that incentive package would look like. In the past, they used things like paying health insurance after employees have left employment. That's very expensive. This time around, the mayor has decided the best package is just a $1 incentive based on years of service. So it's essentially $1,000 a year. You get paid out to separate employment early. The mayor does have authority to enter into these separation agreements. Council granted this authority by Section 6-7-9. It's at her sole discretion to enter into separation agreements when it's in the best interest of the city. So the proposed timeline for this, we were thinking really about waiting to do it to 2027, but the more we talk about this budget, it's probably best to do it now and start saving money as soon as possible. There is a timeline to roll it out because the employees have to have a certain amount of time, 21 days, to consider the options, 7 days of a buyer's remorse and revoke it if they choose to. So backing into it, if we rolled this out in March of the second week of March, we can have the last day of employment be May 31st. So that would give us a full 6 months of additional savings in 2026, offsetting whatever payout. In the past, there was a cap on how many separation agreements we would agree to. I think it was 40. That was pretty arbitrary. There was really no reason why they picked 40, but there was nowhere near 40 applicants that took advantage of the situation. I think we had maybe 14-ish. So we've decided this time there's no need to put a cap. Every application's going to be reviewed based on its own merit to see if it's enough cost savings based on the separation payout and if we could meet the operational need. So once we get all of the forms updated and ready to roll out, we hope to roll this out to the workforce March 9th so that they can separate by May 31st. Any questions on that?
The chair will recognize Councilor Boston for 5 minutes, and then we will move over to Councilor Dante.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yeah, I guess I had a couple of questions that some of this is answered on this last slide, the previous one. So this is handled on a case-by-case basis. So for instance, if you have a director resign, you're obviously gonna have to fill that position with somebody else potentially, or, you know, certain positions you can't go without. Some scenarios you might, you know, try to see if, like you said, there's somebody in a lower position that could step up into that role. Do you ever think you will run into situations where you won't have somebody on staff? You have to hire somebody new to just kind of fill that new position, and then you're kind of paying out money to somebody to leave voluntarily and then still having to hire somebody completely new and not really having any cost savings?
I don't think that's the intent. So
Well, I know it's not the intent, but
right,
could
we're
it happen?
planning. No, I don't think so, because we're going to analyze each application and if it's not cost feasible or operationally.
Oh, so you don't have to accept it?
No, we don't have to accept it. It's at the sole discretion of the mayor, which ones get approved. We anticipate that it will be HR, finance, the mayor, and the affected department head that will evaluate each application to say, do you have staff that can backfill without
Okay.
additional costs? So we will
And then
review
for
each one.
the amount shows, you know, the 5 to 25 or whatever, does that come out of the potential salary that that person would be? So like, let's say they're making 100,000, they get 20,000, so that's an $80,000 savings, you'll pay them out of the allocated salary money?
Exactly.
Okay, and then also the other question that you already answered, I was just gonna ask, you don't expect to have mass people leave all on, what it would be, May 31st, where you'll have 40 vacancies and then potential trouble filling stuff, but you guys answered those questions, so.
And it's possible
That
that
would be
we have,
helpful to our budget.
right, more applications the better, so that's possible. But they'll all be evaluated for operational need first.
And the price points will be solely decided just based on tenure?
Tenure, yes.
Chair will recognize Counselor Dante for 5 minutes.
Have you run a scenario on approximately how many people you think would leave and the dollar amount?
There's no way to know. There is no way to know who would be interested, because as I mentioned, we're gonna open it up to everyone. You don't have to necessarily be at retirement age or eligible to retire. It's anybody who's just willing to.
Another question is on the retirement eligibility. Is there any policy, that's where I'm looking for, policy that states that when you reach a certain age that you automatically retire?
No.
Had you thought about doing something like that?
We cannot do that based on the Age Discrimination Act.
Okay.
Yeah.
The chair will recognize President Aliff for 5 minutes.
I had a question on why you would do 0 to 5 years. One of the big things that, I mean, what if I'm a low-level employee, just started 6 months ago, and I really don't like Danny? He's, whatever, I'm looking anyway to go get another job, and now you roll this out, and I go, wow, you're gonna pay me $5,000, I hate it here anyway. It makes more sense to me that you would do tenured employees rather than the 0 to 5 years. And then what are the safeguards of somebody who is looking for a job and has plans to leave? I mean, are you just throwing a bonus at them to get out of here? And is that really what we're trying to accomplish here?
So I think what we're trying to accomplish, even if it is that 0 to 5, is you're talking about $60,000 to $100,000 paid positions, right? So if it only costs the city $5,000 or $2,000 or $1,000 based off their time here, and then we can freeze that position in 26 and then 27, you're gonna have over $100,000 in cost savings for a position that cost $5,000 to wish this employee on their way. These positions will be frozen and unfunded after they leave, so
So the optics would be, this guy got hired, I got hired 6 months ago. And you're gonna give me the out for $5,000. Why'd you hire me in the first place if you didn't need me?
well, it wouldn't be 6 months, right? Because we've been on a freeze. So you're going to have employees who have been here for at least a year.
But it's going to be policy, right? So even when those positions are unfrozen. I'm just,
What is-
I'm just saying optics.
This is only gonna be a one-time deal, so they have to take the deal by the end of March. After end of March, it's done.
It's over.
It's over.
Yeah,
It's over.
it's a one-shot deal.
Yeah,
And the whole goal is
Got
to accelerate attrition. We want vacancies.
yes.
That
After,
answers my question.
they have to take the offer by March 27th, and then it's done.
Got it.
The chair will recognize Counselor Dante for 5 minutes.
I only have one question about the incentive package. Is this on? Yes. Okay, I'm looking at it, and I'm kind of in agreement with Counselor Aliff, is that somebody that's been here a year getting $5,000. Did you ever look at, doing it $1,000 by the number of years? So if they've been here 3 years, $3,000, 7 years, $7,000, like that?
We're just doing it based off of the 5-year increments. I don't foresee that happening, because we've been on an employment freeze for the last year and a half. I don't foresee, those types of employees who have been here in that short amount of time, or if there are any, right, besides first responders, police officers, dispatchers. We haven't been hiring those individuals, so, they're not even within our system.
Right. I was just trying to think of ways to save money.
I would submit to you folks too, if we have someone that's here a year and they're that disgruntled where they want to leave, that this may be a good opportunity for them to leave the city voluntarily anyway, because if they're that disgruntled, there may be an opportunity where we want them to leave later anyway, and this may save us money in the long run for unemployment or other reasons. So this is a good opportunity for them to separate from the city.
And again, each application is going to be reviewed, so maybe that particular one wouldn't get approved.
Chair, I recognize Councilor Hernandez for 5 minutes.
I only have 2 questions that could change based on your answers. So there is no council involvement with regards to the employee separation agreements, correct? Because that's the mayor's purview. Will the council be asked to approve the payout schedule?
You have already approved their pay for the year in the budget.
Okay.
So we'd be happy to bring it to you once we start to get people and kind of tell you
We
what's
can
going
update,
on.
update you with how many
Um,
took advantage of it.
But you've already approved their salaries for this year, and we're talking about within this year.
Okay.
So I would say that as these happens, as we get employees, we could take this to city council and give you an update. This is gonna be your savings now, for this position. We could potentially take like a resolution saying, this person is leaving, we're gonna freeze this position now for a year, and this is the cost savings on that freeze. So you're well aware of what positions are being frozen and what the overall cost savings is, for that employee for 26 and into 27.
What is your projection on, if you have one, on what type of activity you'll have with this?
We haven't put it out fully to staff yet. There's been conversations with each of the unions that this is gonna be a potential solution for cost savings. This is the first time, if anybody's watching it, that this has been presented. So I would say that after today, or after we put it out on the 9th, we can come and update you on kind of what feelers we're getting, what that looks like.
There's interest, we hear it anecdotally, but until we roll it out officially, we don't really know.
Is that interest based on the historical, the fact that you did it last year, precedence?
2014.
Yeah, we
That's
didn't
the
do it
last time?
last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a long time since this has
Wow.
happened. So it's a whole different workforce right now than in 2014.
Chair, I recognize Councilor Boston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And then also, one other thing I wanted to bring up, since this is a case-by-case basis, we're obviously not gonna be maybe looking to exercise this on positions that we're already struggling with, such as maybe certain police, positions or.
So I'm gonna say that police officer, public safety is not going to fall under this, right? Because if we are going to incentivize
Yeah.
police officers,
Trying to incentivize them to
firemen
come
to
and then.
leave, it's going to make your overtime budget skyrocket, right? That's not beneficial to the city. So, that's why it's on case-by-case scenario. Those 2 unions have already been told not, this isn't gonna apply to you.
Just wanted to make sure, because like, obviously there's some positions that we, struggle to fill,
Sure.
or, whether it was, police, fire, finance, or whatever, there's some positions that we were struggling to, find people to apply or get some fillings. So I just want to make sure, we don't run into issues where that may be an issue.
Yeah.
It's something that we have to deal with now.
Yeah, makes sense.
Mayor Graham, just as a point of clarification, I heard you say that with this chart about how the time and the severance would look, you're not really thinking that it's employees who have the 0 to 5. It's more going to fall into that 6 to 10 year, or could you catch some?
Employees who in the next few years have the years to retire. That's what I think that we're going to see here.
That the folks who are more tenured are the main ones who are going to maybe take this option.
Yep.
I mean, there's plenty of employees that are eligible to retire today. But for, financial purposes, they've decided to continue working. So sometimes, and so those ones would probably have the 25 years of service with the $25,000 payout. That may be enough to say, okay, I'll go now.
Would it be an unintended outcome of this where you have a bunch of folks who are on the higher end and now you're paying out a bunch of folks on the higher end, and is that going to cost more money potentially?
Well, the max is only 25,000.
Okay.
For your 25 years. So that's the max pay that they would be able to receive.
But then we're not paying them for the last 6 months of the year. So there's a cost savings regardless.
Council will chairwoman would recognize Councilor Domty.
Is there a deadline for these applications?
Yeah, if, this is our proposed timeline.
It's right here.
Yeah. Because they have to have a 21-day period to consider the offer once we actually give it to them. So I can go over this. We're gonna roll it out. They have to submit a letter of intent saying that they want to participate. At that point, and that has to be done by March 27th. And then between March 30th and April 2nd, the mayor, HR, finance, and the affected department will review each of those applications to see which one should be approved. Anyone that's approved will get an agreement sent back to them with their dollar amount filled in based on their years of service. And then they have until April 24th to sign that agreement and turn it back into us. And then they have a 7-day buyer's remorse period. By the time it's all done with that timeline, then May 31st will be their last day.
And so you're looking at pretty much an additional 6 months of cost savings for that position for 2026's budget, and then the frozen position into 2027's budget. Does that make sense?
Actually,
And then on
7
top of that, with their early retirement being 52, I think it's still 52, then that's very helpful for those people as well.
Could be, yeah.
Any other questions, councilors?
Okay. Thanks, Bella. This is, it's taken a lot of time and thought to put this, so thanks to Bella and Danny for putting this together. Okay, so why I'm here today is I need some direction on what you guys want to do with part-time employees. Specifically Parks part-time employees, because those are the ones that have to be hired in the next 2 weeks.
The chair will recognize President Ailey. Did you have something? Okay.
I'm not interested in shutting down parks and pools and
Okay.
so on.
Well, we want to shut parks down, right? So,
I'm not interested in shutting any of that down.
okay, so you would like to keep all of the part-time employees for parks for the city?
Yep.
Okay,
And I agree with that.
okay.
Mayor Graham, would you please, for my own clarity,
Sure.
go back to the dynamic around the CBA and what it means for these temp positions?
Sure.
This dynamic.
So the
I wanna make sure
the
I understand.
dynamic of kind of the whole thing, right, is within the CBAs in the city. So you have one for fire, you have one for general services, you have one for the police department. So those different unions are very protective of their full-time staff within their unions, right? Rightfully so. So they want to know that if the city is ever going to do a reduction in staff overall, that the city is not going to come for full-time people before we start doing away with part-time people or seasonal workers. So it's a protection for their membership, right? So within their CBAs, they tell us that if you're going to do reduction in staff, it has to be part-time first, people who are on probation. So when a new employee is hired in the city, you have 6 months of probation. So within these three unions, they want to know that before the administration and city council look at furloughing people, look at laying people off, that anybody who is probationary within their first 6 months or a part-time employee, that those employees are going to be reduced before you start coming for full-time people. When you start coming for full-time people, that's also based off of the time that they've worked for the city. So you're going to have, this would be a very large problem if this happened in our police department, right? So we have a lot of people through attrition who are getting to the point of retiring. And all of these new police officers that we have been hiring to go patrol every night on our street, those people would be first out per their agreements. We would take the probationary and the newest hires first. They would be gone. So they put those clauses in there to protect their membership. So when we come to talk to city council about, do we want to hire part-time employees? And some of you are saying, yes, continue to hire them, but also reduce the budget, Mayor Graham, which is, you can't have both those things, right? So you can't tell me to continue to hire people, but reduce our budget by millions of dollars. That's not going to happen. It has to be one or the other. The only place that you can cut now in your budget is people. The only people that you can cut per these CBAs is part-time employees. So what I don't want to happen is you to tell me, go ahead and hire all these part-time people to come and work for our Parks Department this year, right? Because we don't want to cut services. And then come November, you say, oh, we're $10 million in the hole. What did you do all year? How come you didn't make any adjustments to the budget? Why did we continue to spend money that we don't have? That's why I'm here today, to see, do you still want me to continue to operate the city as usual, operate the city as we have all of these additional funds to spend? Because I'm here to tell you that we don't. We do not have these funds to continue the lifestyle the citizens are privileged to in our community. And it has to start first with part-time employees. That is why we're here today, to ask you. This time frame right now is really about the Parks Department, because those are the employees. We have many part-time employees in the city. Part-time employees in the police department, part-time employees in public works, part-time employees in the staff for the court. There will be a time when I come to you and say, what do you want me to do about these part-time employees for all of these different levels at the city? But that's not right now. Right now is about parks employees, because I don't want to hire these employees, lay them off, and then pay them unemployment. That doesn't make any sense. So we need to have some kind of direction moving forward. In November, if we don't do something now, you will have to do this anyway. That is what I'm going to tell you, unless something changes significantly with the revenue coming into the city. I can only freeze positions within the city when they come vacant. So you've seen that done. I've frozen 30 positions. We froze 24 positions the night of the budget, right? We did a decrease of $2.4 million, and then city council tacked on another $500,000 in additional spending to nonprofits and an airstrip, all in the same night. So we have to work together as a team. It has to be a team effort. If we're going to make these reductions, then we have to know that we're going to make them throughout the city overall. And these are the ones that need to be decided on in the next 2 weeks.
The chair will recognize Councilor Boston for, and then Councilor Domty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I remember earlier you kind of had a couple of recommendations of potential plans for moving forward. I don't think it's smart to have a foul swoop of cutting it all. You can't have zero services. You brought up some ideas of, maybe only weekends on the rides, or only this pool or that pool. Do you have a plan laid out somewhere in here that showed the potential recommendation of what you think, based on the data, would have good impact, but still have services available for the community?
I don't have it in this slide, but I can put something together to show you. The revenues generated from parks and rides do not cover the expenditures from
course.
parks and rides, right? But I can show you which pool brings in the most money, right? I can show you revenues that are being generated from the kiddie rides. I can give you that information.
It's not entirely about necessarily revenue, but, you know, I mean, I don't think we need 428 people, but I don't think we can go down to zero either and still have,
So this is overall staff. So this is 428 through the entire city. I don't know
Yeah.
how many part-time people you think there are.
In the height of the season, we probably have 350 seasonal.
but, you know, yeah, so my point is basically is maybe we can stagger this down to a reasonable level, make some cuts without, I know you're not gonna get the savings entirely, but to cut everything, you know, is something I don't think we can stomach either.
This is like really about the overall picture, right? So cutting all these programs and all of these people, that's not going to save the city, right?
No.
But what's going to happen is when you come to me in November and say, lay off full-time people, furlough full-time people, that means all of this has to go away. This is not the saving grace. Closing 3 pools is not the saving grace, but the community needs to know when you come to me and say, I'm not going to pass this budget at $10 million in the hole. We're not going into Tabor. We're not going to council. So what do you want to cut? Because if you're going to cut full-time people, which is the only way you're going to decrease the budget, overall, all of this is going to go away.
The chair will recognize Councilor Dante and then President Aliff.
I'm more for doing a real deep dive into seeing what is really necessary. And one of the things I'm thinking is we do this with schools, you know, if a school is not full,
Sure.
we
Talking about
shut
like
it-
the
shut it
pools.
down and move them to other, which I think is what we're talking about to do. in
Talking
the
about
pools.
consolidating,
Yeah.
so not talking about wiping all part-time people. The city cannot operate with all part-time people without waiving all part, right? You're not gonna have your police department, discovery evidence, that's not gonna work. You're not gonna be able to go into the court and pay your fines. That's not gonna work, cause all of those people are all part-time people within the city.
Right.
But I'm talking about a reduction in part-time people, and like you said, Councilwoman, consolidating some of the things that we have that makes sense.
Right.
You cannot ask the unions to take zeros in their contracts and then continue to hire part-time people when you're not willing to pay them their wages that were approved in their contract.
And another thing, because I take my grandchildren to the city park rides,
Sure.
the roller coaster is down a lot.
Yeah.
And so if you look at that and say, well, then we've got extra people we've hired because this roller coaster's been down and there's nobody operating the roller coaster. So we need to look at what rides we have that we need to open and like the roller coaster, if it's not working, we don't need to hire somebody to operate it.
Right. I was trying to see, they had the,
Also, when it comes to coaches,
oh yeah, rides at City Park, so, this is, you can see, this is $479,000 for temp rec employees, so that includes rides at City Park. We do get revenue off of those, but it does cost the city more than the revenue times 2 that it generates.
and could we increase I know it's not a big amount, but increase the tickets to 50 cents, you know? It's not
Yeah.
a lot of money, but it might help. And what about coaches? I was over at Parks and Rec doing the tour, and he was telling us that they have coaches. Is that full-time or
It's
part-time?
part-time, so see up here at the top left, the youth sports, so flag football, basketball, T-ball, baseball, tennis, and track. We provide staff for those. PPAL is also under there, that we provide employees, temporary employees that work under coordinators to go and teach the kids how to play T-ball.
And they train the coaches, correct?
The coordinators, yep.
So you've got a part-time person being trained as well as getting
A
wages.
full-time coordinator.
Yeah. So if we did a deep dive on that, see how many we actually need? Just suggesting.
There are other, and Counselor Hernandez would probably know more about this since he is a coach. There are club sports. I know the YMCA puts on different kinds of sports that are similar to the city for youth sports. We're not going to close these facilities. You're just not going to have the city providing the coaches. Are there other kinds of?
So most athletics, youth athletics coaches are volunteer coaches. What the city employs are people who run the fields at the time when the
Right.
activities are going on.
So in order to keep the field open, they have to.
To manage the field, it's like a field director during the day. And those people have to have background screens and all the fun stuff, so.
Chair, I recognize President Aliff.
So I go back to the argument that we're putting off the inevitable. So the inevitable would be, if you save, I'm not up to date on when you put the number up of $3.5 million.
Yeah.
Is that the entirety of?
That's
ten-
entire part-time wages,
Not just parks and recreation?
not just parks. I just mean direction.
So literally, if you did the unthinkable, which is forced to be done through the CBA, of getting rid of every single part-time employee, you literally would save $3.5 million of a $10 to $13 million deficit.
Correct.
You would still have $8 to $9 million that would need to be cut.
Correct.
So our negotiations would be from a position of strength, with the CBA to say, this is what's going to happen. City council and the administration will be backed into a corner at some point within the next 24 months of saying, we can no longer have not one part-time employee because we need to reduce our overall expenses by 10 to 15%. Instead of working with us to have a equal amount of reduction between part-time and full-time staff, which isn't available through the CBA, the way that it's written. I just think that there has to be that negotiation, that it needs to be opened back up, and reality needs to get set in. There has been numerous times over the past of this city's existence where unions not only didn't take a pay raise, I think they went backwards in some years, but I could be wrong in that. But I know there were plenty of times that there was no raises, especially in like 2008, 2009, and when we were in the Great Recession and there was a lot of problems. Well, we're right back to that point now where there's a lot of problems and some hard choices need to be made. This is like throwing the baby out with the bathwater of saying, okay, we're going to do this to save $1 million. We're going to cut essential services to the community, which I think they're essential, even though some people would argue that a swimming pool isn't essential, but quite frankly, it is. When I pay my tax dollars, I expect the community to offer me specific amenities for me and my family and anybody else that lives here. So I don't know that the direction shouldn't be that we go back to the table on that collective bargaining agreement and see if there can be some kind of balance put in between part-time and full-time employees. I get what you're saying, and I understand the position that the unions would make. You're asking us to lose a full-time employee while you're hiring a part-time employee. But the reality is, if we don't do that, then what's the answer? And, this is probably the time to do that. So I would hope that that would happen.
You have something, Carla?
Well, I don't know if this is I think their argument would be is if, I think the other reason for the part-time is if you're going to tell them we're going to renegotiate that to lay off a full-time employee, but you're going to retain part-time, that the argument would be you lay off the part-time employee, you keep the full-time, and the full-time is then going to be doing the part-time employee's work, right? So you're retaining the full-time employee and their union benefits. And so why would you retain the part-time employee to do the full-time employee's job, essentially? So I don't know. I understand what you're saying, President Aliff, and we can certainly talk about going back and negotiating with unions. I'm not foreclosing that. But the premise would be is if you're laying off the part-time employees, the full-time employees that are left will be picking up the jobs that those part-time employees would be doing, because somebody's got to be doing the services. I know the parks employees, we're talking about closing those services, but there's a lot of other services that the part-time employees do throughout the city that would not be able to be closed, like collecting fines, plan review. Discovery, records requests, things like that that are done throughout the city that absolutely would not be able to not be done. Those would have to be done, or the city would face legal consequences. So those are things that full-time employees would have to be done. The city would have to pay overtime for some of those jobs in order to accomplish those, because they would be tasks that full-time employees would not have the time to do within a 40-hour work week that they currently, because they have their own tasks that they're doing now. So the city would have to pay some overtime for some of those job responsibilities to be picked up if those part-time employees were let go. So those are some of the consequences that the city's going to have to talk about if all the part-time employees were let go across the city. And those are conversations for a later date. But I don't want to foreclose your negotiations.
Joe,
I think we need to
Joe,
understand that.
just one second, Joe. I will recognize you in just a moment. I believe Ted was next, and then I'll come to you, okay? Thank you.
So I guess what you need from us today with regards to the part-time employees, the 3.5 million is direction, correct?
And that's
Or,
overall.
just a flavor.
So that's not just parks. So
Right.
parks.
It's the
parks-
whole thing, right?
Yeah, 3.5 is overall. We're
Yeah.
just at that period right now where we need to know if we're going to hire seasonal part-time employees. And these are some of the examples of those people who we will be hiring for this summer.
So we're not talking about all of the part-time employees, just the seasonal employees, okay. So you
Just for this
you need us
season.
to be polled as to what our position is in that, so that you can have a direction?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, this is where it has to start. And if
Right.
we don't start now, like we should start a year ago, when we get to this point in November, and I bring you a budget that looks exactly like it did last year because we have no increased revenue, and we cannot cut from anywhere else unless people leave and I freeze that position, that I'll bring you back to today, to your retreat, and say, well, we wanted to hire part-time people, so we did. And now we need to pay that price for 2027.
Correct. So city employees are your responsibility to manage. I think that it's important that you understand where we are with regards to that direction. I don't think that
I
it's
don't want to
something.
close the pools and
I
you
know,
see it
I
in
know.
the newspaper and say, well, I didn't know what she was doing, so I need some direction.
I don't think it's, even though employees are your responsibility, I don't think that type of move should be directed solely toward you. I believe that as counselors, as representatives of the people that we serve, we should take a stand on what we would like you to do one way or the other.
Sure.
what I'm worried about going forward, I know the county has taken some, what I would consider some really draconian measures with their $10 million shortfall. I don't know specifically what their force reduction is going to be. I think I've heard 25% force reduction of their 1,100 employees. I know they've already lost their holiday pay, so they don't get the extra. They get the day off, but they don't get paid for it. I also know that the furlough days are going to be coming to county employees. So what I worry about is that if we don't start to do something, start thinking about what we're going to do for 27, that we're going to be basically in the same boat that they are this year. So I guess what I would recommend is that maybe we put together a budget deficit commissions, interested parties, so that they can make some recommendations, include CBA in that, so that they understand where we're all at. I don't think that the city can operate without part-time employees.
Correct.
I just don't think so. As a businessman, I know that part-time employees carry a load. They just carry it part-time. That's the only thing I would recommend, because, you know, Mark is absolutely right. We're putting off the inevitable, and I think that you're absolutely right, too. You need some direction on what we should be doing, because we're going to be here anyway next year, if not sooner. So I would just recommend that we put together a budget deficit commission so that we can get everybody on the same page and maybe have some recommendations so that we're all sharing the pain and the responsibility.
And if I could just make one comment, I know you had mentioned furloughs that the county has done. We have discussed furloughs. That is a subject for negotiation, so that would be something that we'd have to negotiate with the union. So that goes back to President Aliff's point that we would have to go back to the table on that as well.
Chair will recognize Councilor
Yes.
Latino.
The only thing I'd like to say is, I really don't want kids, young people in this community left with nothing. That's my major concern. Obviously, you can play baseball or softball at the Damon Runyon Sports Complex, but that costs money, lots of money. It's a very strong program. But in the neighborhoods like Bessemer and the east side, they rely on the swimming pools, they rely on the recreation programs at El Centro de Quinta Sol, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's my main concern in terms of budget. I don't want kids that whose families don't have the resources to be left out. I don't want that to happen. So we need to really take a look at you know, that particular segment of this budget. Young people, children, not having something to do in the summertime. The swimming pools at City Park, Mineral Palace Park, we have Bessemer Park where they have programs there in the summer with softball and baseball. We have the swimming pool over there. I don't want that closed. I don't want those parks closed. Now, I'm being demanding here, and I realize we have to have common sense in all this because we're talking finance. But please, let's not take anything away from the kids. Adults, that's a whole nother story. Thank you.
Mayor Krim, I have a question. When somebody who does these temporary, part-time, seasonal jobs, like the folks who staff the pools, who staff the baseball fields, to provide these services during this seasonal time, as the season ends, do they understand that it might not be, their position might not be like solidified for the next season?
Yes.
So they understand that. What is I'm just thinking about this, and I'm hearing like what's going on here and here. Being that what is our ability, like within like transportation services, to maybe have shuttles to city, like you're saying, if you have to consolidate, like how can we problem solve servicing somehow for these communities to strike a balance of being able to service and still get folks to where they need to be. Maybe assessing like which parks are having the most services, like what would that look like?
Yeah, we can definitely look at transportation, and I can get you that information on, what times of day that's available to what pool or, again, we're not closing the parks. The parks are going to be open. It's just going to be a reduction in our staff that's providing those services to the parks.
Has there been a conversation on the table about maybe, because I know like there's workforce programs who are trying to get folks workforce ready, like maybe, and I know with pools like you need lifeguards and that kind of thing, but folks to like take the tickets or things like that, like trying to staff with volunteers for the season. What about that? Has that
We
come up
haven't
as an
had
option?
any of those types of conversations when it comes to volunteers. I don't necessarily know if we could allow volunteers to staff public amenities.
Well, especially when it's working with
Kids.
children, we'd
Oh.
we'd have to
We
be
do
careful.
checks and
Yeah, background checks and things like that, we'd have to be very careful, but the Parks has a robust volunteer program. They have a volunteer coordinator, so anybody that wants to volunteer, we could probably connect them, but, the background checks and working with kids would be the toughest part, probably.
Thank you. So I'll recognize, well, first I just kind of want to be mindful of our time. We have about 20 minutes to try to wrap this up. So I'll recognize Councilor Dante.
So when it comes to seasonal employees to do with the horticultural, does this includes the mowing of the parks, right?
doesn't include all of the mowing. So these are more like your streetscapes, flower beds, those types of things.
So like I live in University Park and we've got 3 or 4 little parks in there.
Yeah, so we have full-time equipment operators. What are they called, Bella, in parks?
Parks caretaker.
Parks caretaker. We have full-time staff who does that year-round. So this is flower planting, weeding, streetscapes,
Okay, so.
greenhouse.
So
Yeah,
we will have our parks mowed.
you will have your parks mowed. Yes.
Okay, now I'm looking at the adult sports, and it looks to me like you're bringing in more revenue than you're paying out in wages. So that would kind of be, that doesn't make sense to lay off all those employees when you're making it back really fast.
The loss of 33,000 in revenue.
And you're only paying out 21 in wages. So you're actually making it back.
So the program costs 54,000.
Oh. So you add it together?
There's a loss of 33,000.
Oh, that's what that means?
Yeah.
I thought that meant like you bring in 33,000. Okay.
No.
Did you recognize Councilor Boston?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you were saying that, parks and stuff won't be closed, we still have staff to do certain things such as mow lawns and everything like that. What would be lost? Pools, rides at City Park? If this were to happen, what
This
services?
is if you took all the services away for parks for part-time. So programs, so sports programs for kids and adults, the rides at City Park, pools, concessions. We do pickleball and tennis lessons. I don't know what other lessons. The bathrooms are opened. I don't know if they're open by part-time people or full-time people.
But cleaned by part-time.
Park rangers, those we would probably keep. We only have 3 full-time, 9 part-time. We need park rangers. So this would just be really a reduction in programs and pools and rides. So the fun stuff in the summertime.
But this still won't even solve the problems because we still have a lot of other part-time positions, a lot of other places, and we still wouldn't be able to do anything about our CBAs, so.
This is
Yes.
not going to solve the problem. It's, again, it's just, if you're going, I asked for a 0% wage for the unions, right? Two of them have pretty much agreed. But they want to know that, they're not getting paid their additional costs, whether that's just CPI, or for police, it was year 3 of their contracts, so that number has already been established. So they want to know that the city is going to be doing everything else in its power to make reductions overall. So I only have the authority to freeze part-time positions, right? I can't go in and fire people and furlough people. I can't do any of that per their contracts to save. So this is just one aspect of how we are going to save for 2027. This is not going to fix the budget. This is just going to be a decrease in services overall.
Parks Rangers can open and close the restrooms.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think they do.
okay,
Rangers and full-time parks people.
okay.
The chair will recognize Councilor Hernandez.
When we start to do the 27 budget, what impact can individual counselors have in that process?
Sure.
I know that we can attend the meetings. I've never been to one because I haven't had the
Yeah.
opportunity.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what type of overall impact we might have in going to those committee meetings?
Yeah, so before that committee meeting even started, so I believe it was at the February retreat, we had budget, 2026 budget, what does city council want to see? We went person by person and said, hey, what do you want to see? I presented the fact that we can't cut full-time employees without cutting part-time. So we did a whole presentation on what that would look like, where these part-time employees work. The highest overall direction that was given was a 15% reduction. The only reduction that I can make is in operating. That's the only thing that I have authority over, or you have authority over, without laying people off, right? So we did a 15% reduction in operations for the city, and you can see, that it decreased $2.5 million in operating from 25 to 26. That's what 15% was. That was the direction that city council gave me. That is the direction I gave the directors. So when they come to these 20-plus budget meetings that you'll all be invited to again if you'd like to partake, they come with that assumption already, right? That they have to reduce their operating by 15%. They also come and don't ask for any more money for new employees, we did no merit increases. We did no additional staff for 2026's budget. That was just overall direction. So we can take direction like that from individual city councilors of what you want to see, things that are within my authority. We'll put together and we'll try to make that happen for you. 2 years ago, when I first became the mayor, city council wanted to see a reduction in nonprofits. We do not fund a single nonprofit now unless it is through a contractual agreement through the city. So before, nonprofits would come to city council, they'd come to the mayor, they'd ask for money. I believe it was $5 to $6 million that we funded in 2024's budget for nonprofits. That's all being diverted to CSAC. We funded CSAC $550,000. So we've cut all nonprofit funding out aside from our contractual agreements like the zoo, HSPPR, because those are also within nonprofits. So that was direction that was given 2 years ago. So you have a lot of say. It's just, can we do it within the constraints of not violating a CBA and without totally decimating the operating budgets so that we can continue on. But you always have a say in what you want to see. It's just, can we do it?
Do you want council's involvement in those committee meetings?
Absolutely.
Department
So
meetings?
I had 20-plus meetings last year. I had one city councilor attend one meeting.
20 meetings and one counselor attended one of the 20 meetings?
Yeah, it was Councilor Martinez, and she attended the transit budget meeting. No other counselor showed up for any other budget meetings. I don't know previously if that had ever been done, inviting city council, right? Because I set this budget, I present the budget, you say yay or nay. But I don't want to get to you say yay or nay and not have your input in before we get to that point, right? I'd like this to be a working product where it's things that you guys want to see. If it's reductions or add-ins or things done a different way, we and the staff would like to have that well established before we get to November. We'll start the budget May, June timeframe to sit down and see where we are. This is very early, but we're at that point that City Council needs to be made aware that you're only going to have $1.2 million going into 2027.
So Danny, correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like better than 80% of our budget goes to employees.
That's a fair statement. It's,
So this is the reason why I suggested a commission, because it puts everybody in the game instead of putting it either on council or on the mayor. If we can get all of CBA involved in that commission so that, I mean, the rubber's gonna hit the road here pretty quick, and if we don't figure out a way to all work together to pave that road for 27, I think that we're putting ourselves in a bad spot. We're not really working on something we need to work on.
So let me ask you a question. So when you want me to go and negotiate these CBAs, right? So fire's not they're not going to negotiate that because they don't have any part-time people, right? The police union does not have part-time people within their union, but they have part-time people who work in the police department that do work for police officers who are in the police union. So most of these part-time people are general service employees. So is city council's intent to have me negotiate this CBA, removing the 3 Ps, right? The probationary, the part-time, and the permanent employees, remove that clause, and then is it going to be city's council direction to then reduce the number of staff within the general service union? Because that is what you will do. So are you telling me you would like to hire part-time people to do these jobs and reduce full-time people who work for the city currently?
What I'm asking is that we put together a commission that
Yeah.
puts those parameters to you and to council as well, so that everybody with skin in the game has a say in the game. So, because we know it's coming,
Yeah.
I think we need to be a little bit more proactive as to how we're going to approach it.
Sure.
I don't think that it should all come on the mayor in negotiating the CBA. I don't believe it should all come on council and the mayor when we approve a budget we know doesn't work. I just think that we need to get more people in the room to determine how we're going to move forward with a budget that we know we're going to have to make some drastic changes to.
Right.
That's all.
I have one question.
Sure, I'll recognize Councilor Fuentes.
I'm looking at park rangers.
Okay.
First off, I think this is gonna be really hard on us, but, we have 9 temporary park security employees. And I'm really looking at, that they keep the homeless people and people that vandalize out of the parks. This is gonna really hurt it. Is there any way you can take them from temporary to permanent and combine them? I mean, not all 9, but I mean, cut it in half by making them full-time?
You're saying to reduce the number of part-time and increase those part-time to full-time, but at a reduction? You could do that. It's gonna cost the city more money to pay full-time employees because of the fringe, so right, all of the benefits. Part-time employees don't get benefits, and so for parks, being seasonal and temp, we have 3 full-time people who stay with the city year-round, and as, you know, the spring and the summer and the fall are here and we need additional rangers in the park, we have part-time people who help with that seasonal work.
So if we got rid of those 9 temporary, then the full-time people would be doing evening checks on the parks or not?
They would be doing what's in their job description.
There's 3 of them.
Yeah,
so they
and there's
can't
80
do-
parks.
Yeah, they can't cover the amount of ground. You know, they can only do each budget is to cut services. We can't cut wages, we have to pay them or they're gonna leave. You just have to pay people. It's the services that we have to look at. What services do we need to cut?
Right, right.
And there are some things that can't be cut because of regulatory, we
Right.
have to we have compliance issues. There's things that can't be cut. So that's why we're proposing the seasonal parks programs, because those are a luxury. There are things that aren't essential services. They're great, they're quality of life things that everybody values, but they're not essential services where we would have liability if we didn't have them. That's kind of what the picture we have to be looking at.
And have we looked at the actual services? Are there some services that we can postpone and not like they did years ago with the infrastructure, but some other capital improvements that we could postpone so that we're not spending as much money?
I'd say for when it comes to capital, so our total capital improvement for the city of Pueblo is about $3.2 million. 1.6 of that money is going to pay the payment on cab, and it's going to pay the payment on PMJC air conditioner. So we have about $1.6 million left that we're doing capital, and you can find those capital improvement projects in your budget, what was approved, but they're very small, need to happen line items so that we don't regress in our infrastructure as it is. So I would say that there are no cuts to those capital lines that we can make that won't have significant regression on infrastructure in the community.
Okay, this is what I have to say. I understand we need to do cuts, and I understand that the temps are where we need to do cuts, but I think if we do this, it's gonna hurt us in more ways than one. That's my comment.
Thank you.
Counselors, I would just like to advise that we have about 10 minutes, and I'm just curious to know, are we comfortable with giving the
Yeah,
direction?
your direction is like
What's our-
clear as mud right now.
I think we need a poll. I think we need a poll, council.
Thank you. Counselor Hernandez, what can you
I
suggest?
think we need to poll the counselors so that she has direction you're talking about the parks.
I'm talking just part-time parks employees for these different subcategories that I put up. These are the ones that we're going to be hiring in majority for March 13th.
Okay.
So I need to know, do you want a reduction, right? Do you want a 50% reduction in the amount of money that's spent? Do you want me to close all 4 pools? Do you want me to leave the pools open and find other ways to address the part-time employees? The pools are the largest
Right.
for part-time employees. This is just one small piece of our part-time proposed budget, but
Sure.
because it's within the next 2 weeks, this is our first big hire, right, for part-time people. So that's why I'm bringing it to you today.
So I think, in my humble opinion, that we're talking about the 26 budget, which we've already passed.
You
These
have-
would be savings from our current budget. I'm not in favor of reducing services to parks at
For
all.
26.
For 26.
So you want me to leave it as is
I-
and hire all these people?
Correct.
Okay.
I agree.
Oh, yeah, let's go down the line.
I don't agree.
Okay, let's start with Counselor Hernandez. Thank you so much. I'll acknowledge Counselor Gomez.
I agree. I think we better start looking realistically at how we're spending, how it's gonna end up in reference to the public when they look at this thing. I think this is completely within the mayor's administration's responsibility. And if we want us to make a decision, but this is not good.
Just point of clarification, Madam Chair. what I'm saying is that I don't believe we should make these cuts. So I guess for a point of clarification, yes or no, it's no.
You're a no. Okay.
No cuts?
I'm looking at it differently. I'm sorry, Denise. I think we need to look at each section of this parks and decide what's most beneficial. Like aquatics, if we cut it down to one swimming pool and a few lifeguards, cut out of the instructions. You know, and when you go down to city parks, maybe we just cut down to 3 or 4 temporary park security. So I think we need to look at each individual one and see what is most beneficial to cut, but not cut everything.
I think, has the money for this already been approved and budgeted?
It has.
So with these employees already factored in the money?
Yes.
Okay, so it's already there, and so it's out of the reserves. So is this more of a like situation to prep for 2027?
This is for when I come to you in 27 and I say, because city council has asked the administration not to make any cuts, you are going to see at least a $10.3 million deficit. This number is not going to change unless you make changes. This is what this number is going to be for 2027. This is how much money you have in the bank, 1.2. 10 million, 1.2. So somewhere in the next couple months, we are going to have to come up with a plan on how to reduce that 10 million to 1.2 or less, or you are going to be into your Tabor reserve and council reserve.
Then I would be in favor of just making sure that the language is clarified between a cut and a reduction. I would be in favor of assessing where we can balance the reduction to still provide services and strike these cost savings. That's what I would be in favor of. I'll acknowledge Councilor Boston. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Back to what I said at the beginning of this, we need to make cuts. I don't think we want to cut it all. There needs to be a reduction, obviously. Yeah, as you said, the community can't function with cutting all of this. So I would like to see cuts. Is it terrible for the community? Is it a hard decision to make? Of course. But we need to reduce services and reduce our staff to get under budget. It's the only option. If you're in the red, you need to make cuts to get out of it. So we need cuts.
So we're gonna say what, $200,000?
Excuse me, Councilor
I'm
Latino.
sorry,
If
I
you would,
apologize.
hey, just one moment. Thank you. Chair, I recognize Councilor Rayliff. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No worries. We'll come to you in just a moment.
Yeah, I'm not interested in any cuts to Parks and Rec.
Thank you, Councilor Rayliff. Chair, I'll recognize Councilor
I'm not
Latino.
interested in any cuts to Parks and Recs either. What are we gonna probably save? $200,000 by cutting the Parks and Recs?
No, I bet the parks part-time budget is over $1 million.
So no, I'm not
2
in
million?
favor.
It's 2 million.
Right, I'm not in favor of taking anything away from young people in this community.
Okay, so the consensus is no cuts in parks, okay? So we'll go forward with hiring all of our part-time employees, but I would ask that city council think about what they do want to cut as we are preparing the budget, because once we hire these people, it would cost the city additional money to then lay them off and pay unemployment. So I just want to make sure you're all clear on that.
Chair, I recognize Councilor Gomez, and this will be the last
Yeah.
vote because we're just about out of time. Thank you.
I don't envy the position you're in. This is tough stuff, but have we done any cost-benefit analysis, maybe? In reference minus up to 3 to take advantage of all the hundreds of billions of dollars that are on the federal table. And also, on the other side of that, we can save costs on the utilities, the maintenance, the insurance costs on all the buildings that we do have. Have we looked at that?
So I can tell you that CAB and PMJC are not in a reflection of what you're seeing. It's not paid out of the general fund. You're not seeing that in the reflection to your budget, right? It's paid out of interest from a account of passive sales tax. So as far as the other buildings that the city owns, we are looking at a reduction. So we're looking at 310 B Street, where HR was previously. You have the Goodnight Barn coming in front of you. This is one of the properties that the city owns and maintains, that somebody else is willing to do this. So we are going through different pieces of properties, and if there is a better use, or that somebody can apply for different grant dollars to subsidize these budgets that we've been paying on behalf of the city, those are things that we're already working on. As far as grants go, Councilor Gomez, a lot of times that the grants that the city, that the federal government, that the state puts out, they ask for a dollar match amount from the city. So we have to have some sort of general fund.
25%, isn't it?
Some's 25, some's 1 for 1. So if we get like a $1 million grant match like we have for DOLA, we have to pay $1 million too. So we kind of have to have those dollars already budgeted and set aside for when we apply for those grants. And the grants are very specific to types of capital projects. It's very few and far between that the city ever receives money for operations. We never just get money to pay employees. It's money to subsidize some kind of an infrastructure cost. And because we're not really injecting general fund dollars, no general fund dollars have been spent in 2025 or 2026's budget for capital costs when it comes to infrastructure. So we don't have that money. We're not spending that money. We don't have matches essentially for those types of public improvements, for those specific scoped out, like a road project, right? If we receive $2 million and they want a grant match of $2 million, we don't have that money within our operating capital within the city as it is. So we kind of have to be strategic and when we apply for those funds. But 99.9%, they don't give us funds to pay people. And if they do, I have 2 positions that are within my office. Previous administration got grant dollars to pay people. Their grants have ended, and those people no longer work for the city. So we don't keep, when we do receive grant dollars to hire people or pay wages, once that money has ended, we don't have funds to continue their pay. So when it comes to applying for more grants, there's just not that kind of grant money that's out there to pay people.
Not being that well versed in parks and how they operate, I'm not going to be making things up either. Do we have park projects where bringing in park people to help run those that are more valuable in reference to returns? Because most of the park things we do, I mean, you can get so much money out of the merry-go-round, and you have park people running those kind of things. But are there other projects similar to that we're not taking advantage of, that we could justify bringing in? You see what I'm getting at?
Yeah, so we get $1.4 million from the state every year in lottery funds. That money can be used to pay parks employees. It can be used to do improvements to parks. So specifically the fence that's going up to Fence Bessemer, that came from lottery funds. So that kind of money can only be used for capital or to pay people who specifically work on the parks or in the parks department. So they're really tangible items that go within the park. It could be equipment, new playground equipment, park benches, pavilions, those types of things. That they are a draw. We don't necessarily collect money for people to sit on the benches. So I don't know what kind of revenue you see from those types of grant dollars other than making our parks beautiful and providing quality of life places for people to go. So yes, in the roundabout way, I think that does increase revenues within our parks, the capital projects that we do. I just don't have a dollar because we don't necessarily collect money to use those. They're all free amenities to the community.
Thank you. At this time, the chair is going to move to conclude this session of our retreat. We will take a 10-minute recess, and I would just want to take a moment to thank the mayor and her staff for being here and providing this information. And thank you, counselors, for your input in this really tough decision. We'll recess for 10 minutes.
Everybody could come back to their seats and we will begin our next portion of the agenda. Thank you, folks. No, it's just more of a conversation. You know, we had the printout, so it's fine. Thank you, Brian. Okay. Is everybody ready? Actually. Everybody ready? Okay, so the next section of our agenda today is to cover a topic about this idea of shared governance. And with me today to help us learn about this today are members of a project that was initiated some time ago from the Your Idea, Your Neighborhood Review Committee. And so they're going to help us I'm going to just kind of just share about what I know about what this concept means. And then we're going to just utilize this kind of like a case study about what this concept looked like and how we can learn from it and help us to figure out if this could be an option for ways that we can look at how we move forward with governing with our constituents in the future. So I would like to welcome Andrea Ames. She was one of the folks on the review committee. And I would like to welcome Brett Stewart, who is also a member of the review committee. And I actually was also on that review committee, but as the process happened, kind of got cut out, and I'll explain how that was for me too in the process. So this concept about shared governance, it can feel kind of almost, to a sense, radical, I'm not sure. But what it basically means is this. Shared governance is a system that emphasizes inclusive decision-making based on principles of partnership, equity, accountability, and ownership. This model encourages all members of the populace to voice their opinion and actively participate in shaping policies and practices that affect their communities and their lives in hand with the folks they elect to represent them. So I'll begin by explaining a little bit about Pueblo's first take at shared governance. Our first shot at it was with this project that came up probably about, was it winter of 2024? That's about right, huh? 2024. So the this project of the Your Idea, Your Neighborhood came up for, was brought up to the community. And what it was about was creating ownership and genuine participation in city government by neighborhoods and residents through the allocation of city resources to determine by community participants to inspire the improvement of quality of life. The City of Pueblo 2024 budget was approved and adopted, and there was $1 million of the city budget designated for the public to decide how to spend these dollars to improve the quality of life of the Pueblo residents and their neighbors. The community was then asked to submit ideas, things like, do you want a bench, an amenity, something creative you've always wanted to implement in Pueblo? It's your idea, your neighborhood. So basically what happened was the city put this idea out, the community responded to the task of submitting, I can't remember, it was like 30 plus applications though, right? Somewhere in the neighborhood. Over 100, okay. For the project funding, and then a review committee was developed of 7 members representing each district and 3 at large. And the project got halted at a city council meeting, and then the mayor's office took the offer up, and then the group met for 12 weeks evaluating the projects, ultimately to not have the projects funded. So what I'm going to begin with today is just spending some time with our panel today to field some questions about their perspective of what this was like, what was their intention in getting involved with this, and to learn about their experience, and then kind of looking at maybe considering if there's some things that we can learn from this and better working with our constituents. So I'll begin with Andrea. Well, the first question is for our panel, and how we'll do this is I'll go ahead and address the question of the panel, and then we'll move to the council to see if they have any questions or responses. So the first question is, what, from the panel, what do you believe was the intent of the Your Idea, Your Neighborhood project? We'll start with Andrea.
Yeah, in my opinion, the intention was to get buy-in and ownership from the community in how their money was spent. This was not a grant-making endeavor. We didn't ask for grant proposals. We weren't gifting money to people in the community or organizations in the community. We asked community members, there's $1 million in the city budget. How should the city spend that money? If it were up to you, what ideas do you have that you might spend $1 million? If you had $1 million, what would you do with your city's property, space? How would you like your government to spend it? And that meant people got to have ownership in giving their own input and feedback. Not everybody wants to run for city council. Not everyone wants to sit on a government board, but everyone should have an active role in providing feedback and insight. And in this day and age, I think that's gotten really polarized. The only time council gets insight from the community is during public comment, and sometimes that's great and engaging, and sometimes that's absolutely miserable, and you just want to stare at your phone instead of at the people who are trying to give you some feedback. So I think it's important to give people another opportunity to show their own skills, to show their own abilities, to let them say, hey, I have some skills, I have some abilities, I have some thoughts, and then honestly review them. And it also took a lot of weight off our city councilors, because we went through 100+ proposals to review what was really worth your time, because your time is extremely valuable. We didn't want to waste it. And I think that was another big part of it, was how can the public engage in partnership, in positive partnership with our city council members.
Thank you. How about for you, Brett?
Thank you. I definitely believe the intent was to just involve a diverse group of community members across all the districts with just a different thought process. Just the opportunity for us to get together and just have those more in-depth conversations about what are the different needs and wants of the community, and how can those be filtered down from the unfeasible. And how can those be filtered down from some of the projects that were proposed that were just not able to be completed, or they were way outside of the budget that was put in place. It was an opportunity for us to really focus in and narrow down the list of proposals and find the ones that our community members really wanted to move forward with.
Yes, Brian.
Can I just ask that everybody that speaks, please speak clearly and loudly on the mic? Some of the people online are having a hard time hearing.
Thank you, Brian.
We will.
Okay, I know for me, like at the time I was like just a community member, and I was like, wow, this is like really interesting. And so when I saw it, I was like, is this really like what I'm thinking it is? Is like they're asking for the community to come to the table and help like make this decisions. I learned about the project as I learned more about it, is it was a pilot. It was a pilot to see there's all these words around what this activity can look like. Like we call it shared governance. Other words are like participatory budgeting, and it was like a trial. It was just to see if this was something that when this happens, if it does in fact engage stronger relationship between the community and the government, and how they work hand in hand and service one another, and does it help make this, get the community to come out and participate more. So that was mine, is I was like really intrigued by it. It was an interesting concept. So that is what I thought it was about. So I kind of will go back to like as we began working the board was created, there was an application process for that too, an interview maybe too, I think. No, not interview, just an application process. And so I will just kind of turn it back to the two of you to share just like, how did this process as you engaged on the review committee, what was it like for you? We'll begin with Indra.
Yeah, so I did send over, I apologize for the late notice, a few slides. If you'd like to check your email, you can walk through them on your phone. But they just walk through the basics of what your idea, your neighborhood was. The very first slide just explains what is still on the website for the city today, on the Your Idea, Your Neighborhood website, that the goal was to create ownership and genuine participation in city government by neighborhoods and residents through the allocation of city resources determined by community participants to inspire the improvement of quality of life. The City of Pueblo 2024 budget was approved and adopted November 27th of 2023. There would be $1 million of city budget designated for public to decide how to spend those dollars to improve their quality of life and to improve their own neighborhoods. And this is very important. None of us can be in every neighborhood of the city at once. Our law enforcement are there, our firefighters are there, but they don't get to come sit at this table and tell you how they want money spent or what's broken, what's not working, what's happening in our parks, what's happening across the city. We have a lot of eyes and ears, but we don't have the eyes and ears of all of our citizens in a way that they feel like they can bring something to the table that could be productive. And so the whole point was that we wanted to hear their ideas, and it was a bench, an amenity, something creative that they've always wanted to implement. It was an opportunity for them to be creative and to present creative proposals on how they might spend these funds. The Your Idea, Your Neighborhood community budget proposals were accepted December 1st, 2023 through January 31st, 2024. I would say conceptually this was an excellent idea. Execution-wise, that's a terrible time to try to accept community proposals. We did it right over Christmas break. So I think if this were going to happen again, a fundamental change would be to alter the proposal time period. It should be a time period in which most people are plugged in and checked into what's happening in city government, not worried about buying Christmas presents. The application review period was from February 1st through March 15th, and that is where the committee got together every single week to review proposals district by district. We went over every single proposal, and the first benchmark was what does government do? And this is the most vital thing to this part of participatory budgeting. It helps the community understand what government does not do, which is a lot. And so it's really important for us to open up these proposals and then let the community know, hey, this is a great idea, but it's an idea for a nonprofit. Maybe it should go through CSAC. Maybe you should go try to find a grant for this proposal, but it's not something the government is responsible for. There were lots of other proposals that just wanted us to give someone money for something. That's another great educational resource to share with the community. This is not what the government is meant to do. We are not here to just donate money to someone to be an art teacher. That's something you might talk to the school district about or to a nonprofit about. The greatest part was getting down to the proposals that were about what government does. Where can the government spend money in its own departments? And this is a beautiful thing that if you were to move this forward out of the pilot phase, you would engage the citizenry in city government department understanding. That is not something your average person has. What is Parks and Rec in charge of? What is PACOG in charge of? What authority does City Council have to do things and move things forward? When you help them understand that, you get the people on your side because you put them in your seat. I think right now, City Council is working against the public more often than with the public because the public doesn't understand the role that you have, the seat you sit in. And that's why the participation of the public is so vital. You could give them the opportunity to sit in your seat and say, I'm not making this decision. This is on you. Tell us how to spend this money. And as barriers come up, you help them to understand that's a great idea. Here are the barriers we face. And then you partner with them. And that engagement and partnership with the public is vitally missing in government across the United States right now. And that is not the intent. The intent is if you engage with the public and make them your partners, you get community buy-in on things. And you don't have to work against We can work with, we can work together. It's collaborative, it's compromising, and it's engaging. And it helps educate people how government works and what government funds are spent on.
As far as the experience that I was able to interact, here, I'll get a little bit closer. My experience was, I felt like it was a huge honor. It was very educational, it was very interactive for the few city council members that were willing to show up to the meetings and to bring forward the ideas and to remind us what can't be done, and obviously where the huge barrier is with private property, where many of our project proposals included private property, and what the community was really outreaching and saying, they want something else done with it. We were able to help narrow that down once again into something that was feasible and under the city ability. I feel like the diversity in our panel brought forward many very valid points and valid arguments for and against a lot of the proposals, and having that more diverse group of mindsets combined in that same room along with city council was a very positive thing and very educational. So I think it'd be great to see something like this in the future, where community members have an opportunity to have a more in-depth conversation about things going on in the whole city of Pueblo, all together with city council.
I know for me, for my experience with this is the woman who was facilitating the project had did some magical thing to get 7 people to agree to a place and time, and then as it got moved under the mayor's office, that changed, and so I know for me, my involvement with it became less because I couldn't attend those meetings. But I had already been in the review, accepted onto the review panel prior to that. And so basically, District 4 had a lessened voice at the table when the rest of the districts were being, the projects for that particular district, they didn't have as much of a voice because they didn't have anybody there at the meeting and at the table to advocate for those projects. And so basically all I can do was, the best I could do was rate the projects that based on how the committee was going to, assess if we were going to move them on or not. So I would spend 3 hours a week going through the proposals, filling them out, and then turning them into the mayor's office, and then hoping that they would get read in the meeting. I don't know. They did. Okay, good. Glad to know. Thank you. But so it also, in my experience, by not being able to be there, took that voice away from a whole district of whatever projects were proposed for that district. And the process for me, and we're asking the question, what was this like, is it kind of just left something in me that really made a decision for me to run for office. And recognizing that this was just a fire for me to do this and to try to make a change and helping our community. And since I've been elected, I've always said, this is not my seat, this is your seat. And this really was something that was fueled from this experience for me to get engaged in government. And I will say, I learned, the positive thing was I did learn how this can look. There were components about have you worked with this department and that department? So my knowledge and how things worked in the city was greatly enhanced by being active in this project. So just me as a citizen, I benefited somewhat, but in the whole felt like, because it had to be done differently now, that my ability to represent or participate was lowered to some degree. How much time do you folks think those meetings took as you reviewed the applications and you had to review and re-review?
Yeah. The meetings themselves, I think, were about 2 hours apiece, and then it was emails in between each week to review all the proposals was 4 to 5 hours of work. Yeah.
Per week, maybe?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I
That's
think
about what
we
it
were
was, yeah.
It was about 6 to 7 hours a week. 4 or 5 of it was reviewing the emails and sorting through all the proposals, and then getting a chance for about 2 hours to meet together to decide on what we're moving forward with.
And once we were briefed on the process and understanding what could and couldn't go through, we had a rubric. This was not just a flyby your opinions. There was a full rubric that talked through the eligibility of the project, which meant, is this something government can do? The complexity, is this something the government should do, and can it be completed within the next 24 months? The community benefit, is this just a good idea, or is there clearly defined community benefit? Is it equitable, which was a really important concept that I think we still, if we were to practice it again, needs to continue to be hashed out. And is there due diligence within city departments for each proposal? And that was something that the city staff took on tremendously, the education piece. If we were to do this again rather than just town halls, I think we would need to have proposal workshops where the city staff can come along with the leaders of departments to say, this is how your proposal works, and these are the departments it would touch. So the money would go to these individual departments, Public Works, Parks, etc. You need to talk with those department heads and set that up. It's something I've had to do to run the food truck union regularly with Parks and Rec, with various departments, and it's a process that most citizens don't understand and don't know how to engage in, and also they have full-time jobs. So working with people who have full-time jobs in your department and full-time job citizens, you have to find some collaborative, equitable meeting time and meeting space. But if you could do a Saturday morning workshop that helped them understand how do you write a government proposal, it would do a lot to educate the community and the public about how the job you do every day before you can approve a budget, deciding, where that money's spent, how it's spent, who you're spending it with, and whether or not you can accomplish it within the time period that's set before you. We reviewed the cost, and we also reviewed the evidence of sustainability. How long would this project last? Would it make a 5-year impact, a 10-year impact? Would it be a lifelong impact? So those were the rubric determinants that were used to grade each proposal.
It literally was like grading.
Yeah, grading papers.
What was some of your projects, like your favorite projects, like that you were like, yeah, let's do that one, Andrea?
Yeah, so we, in those slides I gave you, there was a what made the cut. What made the cut was based largely on trying to give equitable resources to each district, giving some money to everyone rather than doing one large project. There was no $1 million idea that we felt would serve the entire city. And because of that, we felt it was important to prioritize giving every district something so that every district would have some ownership and buy-in and be able to drive by a park and say, that was my idea. The government did that because I gave them that idea. They were a variety of projects. We approved up to $1 million. What was presented to council only came in at around 86. So not all of the projects we approved actually got presented. But it was a Belmont picnic area, wayfinding signs on the Arkansas River Trail that would have improved tourism and had economic development impact. Tree trimming, dead tree removal on Elizabeth Street Parkway was just something that people pointed out because it was a safety. A lot of the things that we approved were about safety and beautification. Pedestrian crosswalk improvements were a giant area that people wanted us to talk about. They felt kids are unsafe crossing the street, that there were not sufficient crosswalks, signage, and lighting across the city. That was a complaint, which was a great resource of this whole project. As you learned, if there was a broad spectrum element of infrastructure that was missing in the city, you got understanding from that by reading all of these projects, because it would be hit in every single district. Someone would talk about crosswalks, signage, and safety, specifically for children who we teach to cross the street, but if we don't give them anywhere to do it, they don't do it safely. So please prioritize that. Your community is very, very, very interested in getting that done. Speed bump projects, different Laura's Dream Park. A city bike park was one of the larger expenditures that we approved that I would really recommend you go back and take a look at after we've seen the incredible community and economic development of the water park. This bike park is a very similar concept that will absolutely bring people to spend money in Pueblo and spend time here and bring tourism dollars. There's a Bessemer welcome arch that I would absolutely ask you to go back and take a look at. I know you're considering putting a park fence around a park. please reallocate those funds to what the community has requested. This Bessemer Welcome Arch is a beautiful piece of art that would be incredible in your Building Back Bessemer project. It's absolutely worth taking time and attention to look at, and it's not an expensive project. There were bus shelters that already, that has been something the city has started to implement, memorial benches, and various other items that are on there. So that was because we wanted to spread it out. In the future, I think it would be great to do a small designated budgetary pot for every single district and one large pot for the city, so we could get some more great big ideas. Because there were lots of really great ideas, but helping people understand how to spend $1 million, that is a challenge that this project faces, but it's not insurmountable. It's very, very doable.
How about for you, Brett? What were your favorites?
Man, I can really recall one of the proposals that got a lot of traction with us was an added bus route that went up and down Union and up and down Main, and they were almost making it seem like a more localized trolley cart where you can get on and off at every single street corner and be able to give more opportunity for the people that can't get around as easily to get to the different ends of Union to be able to shop at the different shops. That was a more expensive one, and we recognized that the Union Master Rebuild Plan was already being put into place and already approved at that point. But it was just another really great idea of something that the community was voicing, that they would like to see something more with it. And I mean, a lot of the other projects that we were able to narrow it down to were very feasible. Some of the other ones that were not as able to be done were things like I said before, some of the items with private property, like doing something with that Northside Kmart parking lot and things that we couldn't touch.
Probably 10 or 15 proposals just asking us to fix Kmarts all across the town. But that's part of the education. We had to teach them that wasn't part of our authority. The government can't go fix private businesses.
Yeah, there was even a lot of talk about not only Bessemer Park, but the J.J. Ragosa Park.
Yeah.
And I recognize that they also have been able to go through some of their own approval projects with different revamping of that park over there, new park benches. That was exactly what was outlined in what was proposed to City Council, and we were able to just get that voice forward. That was our big point. Yeah.
I know for me, like the ones that I wanted to see move forward were the infrastructure ones, like they were going to try to put more stoplights, the speed,
the safety and security
safety and security features. But the one that really grabbed my heart was the one bench, the memorial bench. That bench was a mother whose teenage daughter had been a victim of gun violence, and it was one of Pueblo's homicides. This mother, in her grief, did this work to say, "I'm going to manage my grief by I'm going to take this opportunity to see if this bench could happen for my daughter." She was 16? Mm-hmm. Young girl. Yeah, young girl. And so that was one that caught my heart. I was like, oh man, I hope this one can move through. So it's like those ones that could have supported helping our community heal and improving safety were some of the ones that I was a fan of. So moving, let's keep it moving along here. From your perspective and your experience in this project, if we learn to do this differently, do you think this helps or hinders community involvement and their relationship with government?
I would definitely say the opportunity for it to help was definitely there, but then for it to be dead-ended, it just kind of left us wondering, okay, if the city budget was a plan to have this $1 million spent in a way that the community members was supposed to spend it, what happened to those funds next? It was just kind of left at a dead end for us, and we were very interested to find out, is that still in, what happened to it? That's what we really want to know.
That's a good question. Do you think it went to the general fund? It went, okay.
It went to the general fund, but then what? Then expecting citizens to track where that money went after it went into the general fund is completely unrealistic. So to them, it felt like the greatest project in disillusionment for government because this was politicized. This was partisanly politicized by certain council members in a way that discourages individual citizens from engaging with their own tax funds. The city council is nonpartisan by design. It is nonpartisan because you are required to engage with all citizens regardless of party. These funds were grant funds to our city. They were not even specifically taxpayer funds. That's why it was a pilot project, was because these were funds that were given to us to do this pilot project and to shut it down. And the reasons that were given to shut it down were unacceptable, and they disillusion the public in a way that disengages them from their own government. And it's very important to me that we do not continue to engage in that kind of partisan politics on matters like a park bench made by a local artist that beautifies a local park, like a beautiful entry made by steelworkers or ironworker artists into one of our incredible communities like Bessemer. That is not a political matter in any way. This is something that is important for us to engage one another so that people feel like their government's doing something with their money that's worthwhile and that they were allowed to contribute. It's an incredibly valuable thing to engage your community and your citizens in the work that you do, because they might have compassion for you, they might have understanding, they might have more empathy for the work you do if you tell them, come do it with us. That's no more valuable thing I can imagine for each of you in making your lives easier than to help the public understand the challenges you face in how you make budgetary decisions.
Councilor Gomez, in just a moment, we're going to start a question answer. So I'll be right with you, okay? I know, like, for me, like, it just didn't feel very good. And like I said, it fueled me to run for office. And then, of course, I got elected. But there's a stat out there, and I don't know if anybody's familiar with it. There's a project that's taking place at CSU Pueblo by Dr. Eddie Lucero at the Political Science Department. This was 2024. The next November, we had a general election. The data out there that came out of the study showed that citywide voter turnout was down 4% in Pueblo, in the city of Pueblo. That means Pueblo did not turn out to vote as it did but the years prior, 4%. Here is what breaks my heart about this. They took it down even further into analyzing the particular districts of like how they each performed in participating in the general election. So we're down 4% anyway, right? So like areas at the outside of the city, like areas like El Camino, the Sunset area, anything in the south side, University Park, those top north part areas, they all voted in the election. 85% of the voters who are registered to vote in those precincts, only 85%. So it was down from what they normal, it was like 95%. Now here's what breaks my heart. Bessemer, the east side, and parts of the west side, only of those precincts and the ones of eligible voters in those precincts only turned in ballots at 40%. I don't know if this is like just this situation in particular. I'm not going to blame it and say it set the stage, but but I wonder if it kind of just keeps our community looking at that turnout, thinking like, why bother? Why bother to vote? Why bother to engage? Why bother to call my representative? Because am I going to be heard? Is it going to matter? And so this is the reason I want to bring it up, because is this a different way to help address some of that apathy that is evident now in our community, just in respect to voter turnout? Now, what's your self-interest in this as counselors is at some point we're all going to be up for re-election if you choose to be re-elected. And so wouldn't you want your community to participate at some point and like bump that up, I think that that would be good. And because right now, that, what the evidence shows, I don't know what this last election did or how it went. They're still analyzing the data. It's too soon to know. But even in a general election where most people normally turn out to vote, it was down. So that's kind of what I was thinking about that. So I think that this it could help. It most of the time might hurt. And so what I'm going to do now is spend the next, we have about 20 minutes. And so what I would encourage you now is we're going to do like a question answer section. So if you have questions for our panelists, I would invite you to do that now. And I will begin with Councilor Gomez. Are you okay with your mic? Or? Are you good? Okay.
First of all, I don't think it's a very good idea to come into council and scold us and then tell us all the things you want to get sponsored.
Closer to the mic, we have people.
That's,
It's really not that good, Roger. Pull it closer.
I don't think that's a good idea. Secondly, I am the District 4 council that was against this the last time out, so I'm not going to hide behind some shivering that I'm worried about. I'm not meeting what you think I should be doing. Bessemer is a district-specific area for me. Not one call from this program ever in all the time I've been there in the last 2.5 years. Nothing. So I can understand what you're talking about in reference to what you think we should be doing. But we have nonprofits in my district that are very responsive to the things you keep on putting here. And let me go, I did pull something up, and I want to read it real quick.
Okay.
I don't know
Roger.
if we're going to be able to have equal time or not.
Go ahead. We have time. Go ahead. Just try to go in the mic.
But you can give me your own assessment after I read this. Fiscal ramifications, cost versus impact. Each project is typically small, anywhere from 500 to 5,000. And if you disagree with that, that's fine. But let me go through this. Total annual budget is relatively modest, like 50,000 to 100,000 annually. Administrative overhead, staff review, reporting, coordination consumes a disproportionate share of funds compared to the project size. Impact. Financially, it's low risk, but in tight general funds, which we are in right now, even a small recurring program can add up when multiple initiatives compete for scarce dollars. The main cost isn't the grants themselves, but staff time and opportunity cost. Staff could be executing higher return on investment, economic development, or capital projects. 2, operational ramifications, staff workload. City departments must oversee multiple small projects from the application reviews to the inspections. Project selection challenges. Ensuring equitable distribution across neighborhoods can create conflict and slow approvals. Traffic and reporting. Small projects often lack rigorous return on investment or measurable economic impact, making it difficult to justify continuation in budget reviews. Result, program creates administrative friction without measurable return in a revenue growth position. 3, political and community ramifications. Perceived positivity. Neighborhoods feel empowered. Programs build goodwill, which is good. Fragmented impact. Projects are hyper-local and non-strategic. They rarely address systemic citywide challenges. Pressure on council. Citizens may expect similar grants annually. This creates recurring obligations that feel like entitlements but have low economic leverage. Ramifications. In a tight fiscal environment, council faces pressures to fund multiple micro-projects while ignoring larger structural needs. Number 4, strategic ramifications. YIYN projects do not increase the city's tax base. They do not create jobs or significant economic growth. If the city is under stress, like Pueblo is right now, continue expending the program distracts from structural fiscal reforms, i.e. infrastructure, economic development, and executive stability. Essentially, it's a morale program, not a growth program. In a crisis, it's discretionary spending competing with higher leverage priorities. 5, legal fiduciary ramifications. Council must ensure that the funds do not conflict with table restrictions or voter-directed allocations. Risk is low financially, but could become a legal oversight issue if funds are allocated or mismanaged. Ongoing small grants without measurable accountability could be viewed as inefficient use of taxpayer dollars, which is a fiduciary-focused council cannot ignore. blunt, this is the summary that we kind of factualizes down to small steps here. Costs are small, but opportunity costs are high. Staff administration is disproportionate. Community goodwill is high, and there are some good things here. It's not all bad. Economic impact is minimal. Continuation may class with fiduciary duty during tight budget years, which we're in. The program is politically popular but structurally neutral. It doesn't help Pueblo solve its core fiscal and economic problems.
Can I
Thank
respond to that?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. So a lot of those points are extremely legitimate, especially in terms of how the pilot project was run. I think it was heavy on city staff time, and I think that could have been resolved through a voluntary commission or committee that had a regular monthly meeting that could have been reduced. Also, there was a large group of volunteers. So while you're saying that's a lot of city time, there was a lot of volunteer time and effort and energy that went into that as well that you have to acknowledge. Many of the proposals were not economically neutral. Many of them would have had legitimate economic impact, and had we have the time, or if we could do this again, we could run those through economic development calculators and make that a measurable aspect on the rubric. There's no reason that shouldn't be possible. What I would say to the comment about lots of tiny projects all over the city that don't have, there were several different points that made that kind of inference. Ownership of individuals in the property which they own through their tax dollars, their parks, their open spaces, that is not a neutral effect. Giving people space, visibility, making them feel seen is incredibly valuable. It might not have the monetary weight, but it has purpose. And that purpose that I'm trying to communicate to all of you is to take some of the heat off your shoulders. For just you all to have the full heat and weight of every single financial decision is too much. It needs to be shared with the people in your district so that when you have a town hall, it's not an us versus them vibe.
It's not too
It
hard
doesn't
for the
need to be.
Excuse me, but you're talking about my district and you're talking.
I'm talking about everyone's
Well,
district.
excuse me, but I don't know, you need to run for council then, because what you
I
have-
did. You voted against me.
You have some very fine.
Okay.
you have
Point
some
of
very
order,
fine
counselors.
district-
Thank
have
you.
some very fine district counselors here that you're talking down to.
I'm not talking down to
Yes,
you.
you are. You're being very condescending, and I'm telling you, don't scold us in
Counselor
our own-
Counselor
don't-
Gomez,
don't-
you
no,
cited.
Counselor Gomez, point of order,
Don't
please.
scold us in our own house.
Okay. Point of order, this is not to make anybody feel like they've made a bad decision this is just to say, what could this look like? This is not a space to judge anybody we're just trying to say here is the voice in this, and it's not how do we break this wall down is all.
I'd like to say that a lot of those points are very valid, Counselor Gomez. A lot of those points should be taken into consideration if this moved forward, and they are very valid points.
Does anybody else have a question or comment?
I appreciate what you've done. Obviously, young people mean a great deal to me, and to have you all involved in this is great. I think that we need to see what is going on, both in all the districts and citywide. I think you're aware that we're getting a grocery store through the I Will project at 10th, where Span Elementary School is, which will be a full grocery store with a coffee bar, a juice bar, all the food amenities that they've not had in years. In addition to that, there'll be an area for kids to play. There'll be a park area with all the amenities for the kids, and then there will also be an indoor facility for social events and meetings, etc. I think you also should know that basically at 4th and Bradford, we now have another grocery store, Gonzales, which will have all the amenities. They're working now on a meat department and a pastry area, bakery. So those things are happening. What the major concern, and we meet regularly on the east side, the major concerns that I see are as follows. We are at the point in time in this community, and I've addressed this with the chief of police, that we need substations, okay? And so when they're building these fire stations like Station 6 and Station 8, and they should be putting another 11, 12, 1,300 square feet in there for police substations and do what they're doing in other parts of the state. They're doing that in other parts of the state. I know, I've worked in other parts of the state, in cities that are larger than Pueblo, okay? And they're doing those kinds of things. So those are things that, security, safety, amenities that the people need. We have a population on the east side where it's an aging population. We've had an influx of some young people coming into that area, which is a good thing. We've had some situations that have occurred as a result of the homelessness, and I'm on the streets at night, okay, patrolling the streets. We don't have a lot of coverage as it relates to law enforcement on the streets at night, and it's a major concern that I have. Those are things that need to be addressed. We have taken down as a result of some strong help from the Urban Renewal Authority, Mr. Pacheco, who helped us a great deal, where we had some blighted houses that have been taken down and have been rebuilt with duplexes on 2nd Street. We've also had some help recently with where the homeless got into a home on 3rd and Hudson, okay, and burned the house down. The fire went to the second house where a young couple lived with young children, burned that house, burned a hole in the third house belonging to a senior citizen, Esther Valdez, who took in the young couple till they could find a place to live. We got the roof taken care of, and we've taken down those other 2 houses. So we're working on those kinds of things on the east side. But it takes a team effort, okay? It takes a team effort. So, I appreciate the input, and I'm always open-minded to listening to what it is that is being said. Obviously, you've done your homework, but there are things that are going on, and that we're doing, and as Mr. Gomez alluded to earlier. So that's pretty much where we are.
Joe, I really appreciate your input, because with this concept of shared governance is exactly what's happening in your district. That East Side Council is forming, coming together, and they're bringing you to the table to tell their concerns, and the things of all those things you just mentioned are because your district is coming together and sharing, bringing that to you and problem solving. So that's honestly a good example.
Well, and before this organization got started on the east side, that recently got started in the last 6 months, those things had been done. Those things had already been addressed, and they're getting involved in things now which are good. Obviously, it's important that we have involvement, but some of those people on the committee obviously have moved into the area recently, so they're only seeing what has happened recently and not what has happened over the course of the last 2 years, the last 10 years or 20 years. They just see what they see, and so, in terms of the homelessness, I think they need to understand that the city council approved a budget of $200,000 that Catholic Charities came forward and got the contract and have put the homeless people to work. And we have graduated 20 of those individuals out of the 60 that initially started. They're working full-time jobs. They're in a self-sustaining mode, and 3 of them are working full-time with the city. The other 17 have full-time jobs, but the other 40 dropped out, which means they don't want help. They want to continue to live the way that they're living. So we've sent more over there. The other night, as an example, I'll share another thing with you. At midnight, I was out on the street, and I saw a Greyhound bus come into town. I followed the bus to the drop-off
Councilor
station.
Latino, just about a few more seconds, okay?
I followed it to the bus station, okay, where they dropped him off. I saw approximately no more than 3 homeless people get off the bus, okay, and just stood under the bus, in the transit area, I don't know, other than trying to find a place to go for the evening. But that's pretty much it. That's what's going on.
Thank you. President Aliff.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And excuse me, I'll get this up here where you can hear me. No, I'm good.
Okay.
I think it can be heard now, right? First of all, thank you guys for coming and sharing your thoughts on this. I mean, obviously, I was one of the counselors who was on city council when this came forward. You know, the confusion for me is this idea of shared governance.
Okay.
Quite literally, I think that the system that we have promotes shared governance. There's no closed doors. Every city councilor up here has their email, their phone number. They're all supposed to be accessible. There is literally public comments. There is literally any time, any place, anywhere, literally the public can engage and enlist their elected representatives to move forward any project. For example, I had and this just came to mind as I was going through this. I had a group of constituents contact me 3 weeks ago with an idea. Their idea was fantastic. I moved forward with the city attorney's office, putting an ordinance together, which goes on first reading March 9th. So it's reactive, it's quick, and if the community wants to engage, then I think we have a system that's set up to engage. I don't understand why specific neighborhoods, specific areas of the city can all have their neighborhood groups together that can reach out to their individual counselor, engage them, bring forward ideas, which they then can champion with city council and to get done. So for me, that's where the confusion came in, where there's this insinuation that government is not accessible to the community is just incoherent in my mind. Quite literally, the reason that I ran and the reason that I do what I do is specifically for that engagement and to make changes and to have things happen within our community. When you cut out the representatives that were elected by the people, I think that causes a problem. And I don't agree with it. I'll never agree with it. I think, why have a city council? Why have a District 1 representative, a District 4 representative, a District 3 representative, if you're not going to allow them to be representatives and do their job? If they don't do their job, then you get rid of them through the election box.
Point of fact, Mr. Counselor, all elected representatives were invited to engage in the process and attend the meetings and review all proposals as they pertain to their district and provide us with feedback. So there's a factual error there you need to correct.
And I think that's a very nice segue to consider that conversation is we as counselors, this is a brand new council. We've only been, we're fresh. We have the opportunity to make a decision now within ourselves and to maybe do it different. I like that you did that. I worked with Coach Ted on something with another constituent where they pretty much access us as their representatives, and this is where I really appreciate that comment, Mark, about they come to us, we help them, we help facilitate and champion what they want to see happen. So I think it's not cutting the representation on the council out. It's just kind of like, hey, let's team up and work this together. So what are your thoughts? What do you see can be the start? I like that Mark said about there's open commentary.
our information is open and accessible. Do any of the counselors have any thoughts about maybe something they would like to try? Oh, Brett, sorry.
And first,
Thank you.
referencing the previous comments, I think to kind of somewhat piggyback off of President Aliff's comments, and correct me if I'm wrong, you know, we have a lot of boards and commissions and committees in the city. Those are all public representatives that usually are citizens that want to be involved and apply. Those boards all bring ideas and recommendations to the council. They don't make the decisions. The council still makes the decisions. So I think that might be slightly the difference between maybe how this seemed to be structured more so than some of those boards and commissions. Maybe that's kind of where some of the concerns that Councilman Aliff brought up were seen. Not to take away any of the community involvement, community engagement. I think it's great that people came forth with ideas, and I wasn't on council at the time, but I think I remember council even saying, we're not against these ideas, we don't oppose these ideas. I think they should just come and present these ideas to us and let us, as the city council, the fiduciary body of the city, make the final say on these specific projects through their vetting process. But as for continued city engagement, you know, that was one of the things that I was trying to inspire people to be involved, was my slogan. I wanted more people to know that your voices in the community do matter. President Aliff's already said, you know, I have a pretty open availability. I try to meet with people. I try to talk with people. I've brought ideas forward from speaking to many people in my day job. You know, I see, you know, probably 150, 300 people a day in my day job. I'm constantly engaging with the community, trying to figure out ways to positively impact Pueblo, take their ideas. But, you know, we've already discussed a lot of ways to, I think, have community involvement. And I think it does start with us trying to be out there listening to more constituents, trying to show up to events, make town halls, you know, listen to concerns of citizens, and try to have them come to us with ideas that they would like implemented. Or if we, you know, have an issue, we put our brains together and, you know, form these different bodies to come up with solutions for problems. Other than that, you know, if they don't want to be involved, you know, you can't force them to be involved. So just kind of inspiring them and listening to them is a way to help get them involved.
So be like responsive and present.
Yes.
And I like the comment too, because it's also about like, sometimes when something can't fly, it's good for us to be able to come back and be in, you know, relationship with our constituents and say, this is a why behind that, why that can't happen.
Yeah.
This is a why. And that just, when you can explain the why, if you know, if you all think this too, like, then it's not such a adversarial type of thing. You're just like, well, why? You know, but this is to give some understanding. So some good points. Does anybody else have any questions, feedbacks, want to talk about maybe something they want to give a shot?
Can I respond just to this point of fact of
Yes.
this idea that the council wasn't part of this?
I didn't say
Council, right, but it's this concept of it's your job, your door's always open, right? But do you like it when people just show up unannounced for dinner? Like, people like an invitation. And I think you all as counselors, you can certainly just do this in your own way. But please, I would just encourage you to issue the invitation. Your idea, your neighborhood, was the inclusive invitation to the community to give them a space for those ideas. And it wasn't meant to be adversarial in any way. It was meant to take some of the weight of the burden off your shoulders, because you all cannot meet with all of your constituents every single day of every single week. You don't have all of that time. This isn't your full-time job. And that's why an entire committee and commission was set up in order to filter these, not as grants at all, as budgetary items, as line items in your budget, which is a very different thing. We have plenty of commissions and places people can go for grants. That's not what this is. This was a way for you to get some filtered feedback so that other people would take a lot of the work off your plate in reviewing all of these things and in doing the back and forth with the community members to help with some of those barriers to entry, the things people just don't understand. And also, we took the hit of saying to those community members, government doesn't do that. And you didn't. Nobody on council took that. We as the committee took that. We responded to them and said, we just need to help you understand this isn't something government does. We don't just take over Kmart buildings to make them our own. That was not a part of it. And we were happy to do that and to serve in that volunteer capacity. And I think that's the difference between shared governance, the way Councilor Aliff referenced it, and participatory, is it's an invitation to let other people partner with you. Let other people support you. Let other people help in the process who have good ideas. Because we have a city full of people who have great ideas, and they can absolutely apply to be on a board or a commission, but this was another great way, an avenue for people to feel like they could express those ideas and engage with you in a way that also they felt educated and equipped and able to do. Because a lot of people don't have the confidence to call their counselor and say, this is my idea, can you do it? Because they're afraid they might be told that they're scolding them. And that's why they don't participate. That's why they don't jump in.
And I'd like to,
Brett,
I would like to
and
just
Coach
also
Ted.
point out that, I mean, if we're able to just kind of step back for the 1 second and take the 10,000-foot view of what this was a committee of volunteers all around Pueblo that reached out and asked for engagement from City Council to help go through this list of all these project proposals and a way to try to budget down to $1 million to help beautify or to make more safe our community. Is there any way that we could try to take this pilot and make it best for Pueblo to move forward as a volunteer committee working with City Council and getting that engagement and getting that education and getting that involvement? I think that's ultimately what we're trying to do here is we piloted it, we tried out what works and what does not work. We have a lot of feedback on both sides. Is there a way to move forward with a volunteer committee bringing ideas to City Council in an organized way?
Thank you. Coach?
So, not on council at the time, but from what I can read and from what I understand, it was $1 million that was budgeted in 2023. For the 24 year, and then the new council came on in 24. And so what was the reason that they decided they were not going to honor the $1 million that they had budgeted for 24?
You would have to ask.
They didn't say? They didn't?
They gave many reasons, but I don't want to misquote.
I don't want, okay, I don't want you to put yourself in that position either.
We just showed up to the meeting and it got voted, and then Heather moved it into her.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, however that worked out is water under the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say to you, as the counselor for District 3, I love that kind of community engagement. So if you have other committees that you are putting together, I don't care where it is, it could be in any part of the city, I would love to be involved in that because I want to hear what constituents are saying. We can't say, and this goes both ways, we can't say we want communities or we want our citizens to tell us what to do, how to vote some way or how to feel some way, and then when they do, we don't listen to it. And same thing, we can't say that they sent me here for a reason, so those are the decisions I get to make. And because I think that they did send us here for a reason, we are their representatives, but that doesn't preclude us from getting as much information from them as we can possibly get so that we can make informed decisions and help the citizens of Pueblo the best way that we can. So thank you. Please invite me if you ever do this again.
I think that's a very fair point too. Like in reflecting back on this, and I might be coming from a different perspective in this, but I think that everybody living in their own individual neighborhood and in their own community is the expert in what's going on in their neighborhood or community or what they perceive are their needs. And sometimes we like, and I'm speaking for myself, is I am not 100% in tune with what the West Side needs or Bessemer needs or this particular district needs, and I'm at large, so I have to consider the whole city, and that is sometimes there's like this disconnect where like I can't make a decision with what I think you need, and that might sometimes impede things sometimes for the decisions that are made in government because I don't know what you need. I don't know what you need. And I'm just going by what I can tell, from people who reach out or what I've learned or things like that. So
I like that frame of, this is the invitation to help me understand what you need, and let's partner together to move some things forward together. It doesn't take out the representation of the elected official. It's just more like, hey, help me understand you as the expert in what you need. You know, it's kind of, you know, the prime example of this is in your district, Councilor Gomez. I'm not too sure the community knew we were building a fence, and now they're mad about the fence. Had we talked about the fence at the get, it maybe would have had a different outcome. These are the kinds of things that this kind of relationship maybe could avoid in the future. So we are just about running out of time. I'm going to invite any other comments, questions, filter back.
I just would say that if you're interested in what we're doing on the east side, come to the meetings, okay?
Yeah.
We meet once a month, and we may move that to twice a month, but we do meet, and we met the other night. Selena was there, so you're more than welcome. You're more than welcome to come. You're more than welcome to participate. You're intelligent. You're a young group of people, and that means a lot to me. You know, having done the things that I've done, and I respect that. And so I appreciate the work that you've done. Obviously, you've taken time out of your busy days and nights to come forward with something to enhance this whole community, to make this community better, to help this community grow in a positive way. And I respect you, and I respect that. Thank you.
Thank you. We're about ready to wrap up this part of our agenda. I want to thank our panel for coming and sharing your experience and for your invitation to see what can be moved forward. I want to thank the counselors for being open to this and your feedback and just kind of considering this as some way that we can support our constituents in how we respond moving forward. We are ready to have lunch. Katie, is there any announcement about lunch? Just kind of help ourselves.
It's in the corner.
It's in the corner. Help yourselves. We will break for about 30 minutes, and then about 12:30 we'll come back to do our next piece.
We're going to get started. I think everybody's back with the next portion of our agenda. If you have not finished lunch, that's fine. Go ahead and finish eating. We can have this piece as a working lunch. So this next piece of our time before our next person gets here is just to have some conversation and an update about work sessions. So I've been in work session chair for about 5 weeks now, and it's there's just been a little bit of challenges, and so I've had an opportunity to problem solve that with the mayor's office and proposing a strategy for working with this work session schedule more collaboratively. And so I was wanting to take some time today to get your feedback on what do you think the challenges have been so far with our new schedule and work sessions? I have a proposal that I want to get your feedback on, and considering like what is it that we would like in how we are managing the work sessions. What I would like to say is that we would like to just consider that our work session meetings are our own council meetings, and the conversation I had with Mayor Graham is, and per some of the consultation I had from our city attorney is that there's a divvy of, yes, this is the work session, it's the council meeting. The mayor's office has some piece in this, but they're mainly, their responsibility is to the administrative piece of completing the agenda, not like identifying what's going to be on the agenda or driving what's on those agendas and how many people get put on the agenda. So my first question is, as we start to have these ones, the first, third, and fifth, are you all in favor of time slots on this agenda schedule? Like, so let's say we say we're going to have a work session from 5 to, what would we like, 7:30? And it's like if somebody wants to get on the work agenda, it's almost like they get slotted on an appointment onto the schedule. Because right now, the way the agenda is set up, it just kind of has a date, and then who's presenting, and then the length of the presentation. So I'm wondering if we want to tighten that up with saying like this amount of time, I'm just asking for you all to tell me, to be considerate of your time, how long do we want these work sessions to go? Because I know last time that one was there for a long, super long, late night. So I'm just open to some feedback. What are your considerations? I'll start with Brett, Ted, and then we'll move down. So go ahead, Brett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My recommendation, I think it might slightly vary depending on the week ahead of us. Now that we're not double booking meetings, I think we have less of a time restriction, which was also part of the concept that I had when starting with some of these changes.
Okay.
I think previously when we had work sessions during the night of a regular meeting, we felt like we had to rush through the work session. We couldn't get all the questions answered that we wanted to, especially if we had an executive session. I almost felt we were rushed into the middle of an executive session where not every counselor was able to get all the information they needed to make an informed decision on something that was important. So I don't necessarily think like a hard time restriction is in the best interest necessarily. Now, of course, we want to keep to a reasonable schedule. Previously, work sessions were, an hour 15, hour 30-ish on the time frame. So, 2.5 to 3 hours, I think, is a reasonable estimate of what we should try to shoot for. But let's say, this Monday, we have a work session. Next Monday, after that, we'll have a regular meeting. If there's something that's going to be on that regular meeting that we need more information about, I think it's important that we be adjustable or flexible on these work sessions to where anything of importance that we're going to make a decision on that we feel as a group we need more information, we need to be able to adapt to the situation at hand and allow for that important thing. And maybe sometimes you can reschedule somebody, but maybe sometimes you can't. So my idea in shorter terms would be maybe that 2.5 to 3 hour window is what we should shoot for, but I don't think we should feel hard stopped rushed to a specific time frame or time slot or limit presenters or questions too much, because you want people to be able to make this informed decision in the future, because most of the time things on work sessions are supposed to inform us about a future decision we'll be
Right.
making, or give us information on something that we might consider doing in the future. So that's just my opinion on it. Shoot for a goal, but don't prevent people from getting the information they feel is necessary.
With having a opportunity for some flexibility.
Yes.
Okay, so some flexibility with that, Katie. Councilor Hernandez.
Because the work sessions are specific times now, they have their own meeting, I think that we should be driven by the work that we have. We have a 1 hour session because that's all the work we have, then we have a 1 hour session. If we have a 4 hour session because we have 4 hours worth of work, that's what we should go. I think that if we read more of the material in advance, the meetings would go a lot quicker, both the work session as well as the regular meeting. A lot of the questions that people ask, that counselors ask, have already been answered within the documentations that we've received. I know it's not everybody gets a chance to read them, but we are representatives of the people. We decided we were going to run for election. We were elected, and so therefore I think the schedule is driven by the work and not by us.
Okay. So if we have 2 hours of work, maybe one night we had 2 hours of work, and if for sometimes maybe 4, but kind of staying in this little benchmark. So, yeah.
If it goes 6
6?
hours,
Okay.
we go 6 hours. If that's what the work requires, then that's what we have to do.
Okay. That's. Oh, Diane, I'm sorry. I turned my back and didn't catch you. Oh.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Bring this back up.
What was I thinking about that?
Okay, I was responding to him that if you go even 6 hours and then have an executive session, that's a really long night. Also, about reading it, this is work session. They're all presentations mostly. And I would like to see the presentations, all the presentations put on the agenda, including the mayor's, so that we can sit down and read them. Because with work session presentations not being there, we don't know exactly what they're presenting. You know, we know maybe by the title, but that doesn't
Okay.
always tell you what it is. So that's my input.
Thank you. And I agree with that, and it's kind of in line. Like, I've noticed that we got that when we had our orientation, is when the 3 of us came on, there was like that procedure for the schedule, and you had that whole thing, like if something is on the regular meeting schedule, like for our general city council meeting, like everything has to be in the mayor's office 2 weeks in advance. And so I was thinking like that, since our meetings are like that as well, that we can have that same kind of include in a procedure that says anything that's on the work session, we need that in a particular time frame, so that when it does, before you're on the schedule, so that we have at least that much time to look over it.
It would also be nice if we could get the lobbyist report on the agenda as well.
Lobbyist report, okay. Carla.
So just for timeframes, just so you know, for the work sessions, the things that go on the work session agenda don't get to the mayor's office 2 weeks in advance. So the work sessions are usually due to them. A lot of times staff doesn't get those to the mayor's office until the Thursday or Friday before the work session. So I think it's realistic to expect those would get to council the Thursday before the work session. So I think that's a realistic time frame that you would get those Thursday or Friday before the work session, because that's generally when staff gets them to the mayor's office.
That's true, because I did a work session one time, and Alyssa told me Thursday before the work session.
It's the resolutions and ordinances drafts have to go to the clerk's office. Those are what, for the regular agenda, not work session.
Okay. Is Thursday before the work session enough time?
I would
Brett?
say
Brett.
so, but occasionally, so I had that concern when I first got on council because I usually like to be able to look at the presentation, look at the information, see if I can form questions prior. Or just even as I'm sitting there, sometimes it's hard to see on our little screens. So I used to bring my tablet all the time so that I could look through the presentation myself. But sometimes they don't have the presentation ready that Thursday, so it might not get uploaded. That's why sometimes we get those printed handouts. So, there's sometimes people, I don't know if you want to set like a hard standard, like, hey, this better be here by Thursday or you're not going to present. Or if you just want to, keep the same policy, which is try to have it in by Thursday. And if it's late, try to bring us a copy or get it to us as soon as possible via email or something like that. But that's a concern that I brought up in the past, and that was kind of the answer that I got.
Well, at the last work session where we had 4 or 5 things on there, and not one of them had the presentation.
So we need to clean that up, yeah.
Yeah, so, I can't believe that everybody is backlogged like
No,
that.
I'm just saying what I heard. I agree.
I can speak to that. I know on that particular one, they were, I just wanted to say that on that particular one, we didn't get any of them in time to post them before we posted the agenda. I do always ask for them the Thursday before. I don't always get them. And even recently, the one with George, we didn't even know that he was coming in time. And so we did give him a bit of extension on the time to get it to us because I didn't think have your presentation to us by tomorrow was quite a fair ask. And so I gave him till Monday, asked to have it to us Monday morning. So they definitely get posted as soon as we get them.
Well, I wasn't saying backlogged on your end.
Oh, yeah.
On their end is what I was talking about.
Oh, yeah, they just didn't have them. Or if they did, we didn't get them. But yeah, we are expecting them on Thursdays, so.
So till we get rules, it's gonna have to fill. Counselor Gomez, please.
Brett, we actually agree on something. Wow.
What?
I agree with you.
On what?
That's what you said. Hey,
Here comes the snow.
let's start. Well, I'm not really worried about the time. I'm retired, so my time's your time. So, only thing is, I want to make sure we're avoiding having last-minute information stuff given to us just before we're prior to speak. That's the only thing. And I'm not saying it's intentional, but we got to avoid it at all costs because I try to digest, and you'll see me sometimes trying to get on my phone real fast and try to do a fact finder thing real quick. I'm not playing solitaire. I'm actually trying to get the information that I think I need. So that's all I got to say.
You mean like before a regular meeting?
Yeah,
Any meeting?
Any meeting.
Okay.
You have to have a little bit of time to digest,
Okay.
I think, and then have to go to the process of either waiting or tabling it or holding it could be avoided, I think.
Okay, that's fair.
Just to be
Yeah,
clear, Brett, what I'm saying that, and Dan, what I'm saying is that we should let the work drive how long the meeting is. What I'm saying is that we shouldn't not hear something because we are adherent to a time.
No,
That's all I mean. No, I didn't think you meant any. I just want to be clear.
And we can prevent it going
That's-
too late by how many we schedule.
So, and that's what I mean by, right, we should schedule the work that we have. We should not put something off because we are trying to fit within a schedule.
I agree. And that's kind of why I said, like, the concept of the time, when I said, like, but 3 hours, shoot for that. But if next Monday there's something important, don't feel like you can't put it on the agenda because it's not like we're all trying to be home by 8 o'clock necessarily. Would we prefer shorter meetings if we had less work? Of course. If it takes 30 minutes, it takes 30 minutes.
Right.
But if it takes 6 hours, that was also the concept behind not double booking meetings.
Correct.
I didn't want to rush through work sessions. I don't want to rush through executive sessions. I don't want to feel like, oh, well, it's 7:15, we're still in the executive session, we got to get out to the regular meeting. I want to be in the room as long as it takes for everybody to get their answers, everybody to ask the questions they think are important, and everybody to make an informed decision on the matter at hand. But I do agree with you in the other respect of, if there's something that needs to be added, add it, but try to do as much prior research as you can. If there's documentation, read it. If there's a department maybe that you can reach out to or somebody or anything you can to try to save the time on your free time before the meetings would be beneficial. But even if it's something you know the answer to that you think is important that maybe the other counselors don't know or that the public should hear, still ask the question. Like,
Sure.
if you're like, hey, how much is this going to cost? Even though it says it right there, $2 million. maybe not everybody is aware that it's gonna cost $2 million, you know? So, you know, don't also be scared to ask questions that other people may think are silly or stupid either, because, you know, maybe you're trying to make sure everyone understands the magnitude or the information total at hand.
And I think what I can do to to own that a little bit in my role as the work session chair is creating some space in the work session agenda to say, these are the requests that we have, this is what we can anticipate. This might be a time when just a little bit more heavy loads coming in, and we can anticipate that we have to, pivot to maybe some longer times.
The only thing I'd say, kind of speaking on behalf of staff, is the work sessions really are for you. We want to be able to educate you on things that are coming up, projects that are coming up, things are more important than others. And so we know when things are coming up, it's helpful for us if we have enough time to prepare those presentations. It's really hard when we get last minute requests to put something on. I've had requests to put something on for work session on a Wednesday, and the work session is on Monday. So when we know something's coming up, if there's something that you guys know is coming down the pipe and you guys know you want to hear something on it, then make sure you're reaching out, not just, law department, but any department. And we want to make sure that you guys are informed and those work sessions are for you. So we'll make that time and get those presentations for you. So collaborating with the mayor's office and making sure that those are timed, because a lot of the presentations are coming for you within certain timeframes, because we know there's grant applications or agreements that have to be signed within a certain time period. So those work sessions are being timed in a way. Those work sessions have to come to you before those other agreements come to you. So just be sensitive to that.
Prioritization.
Right, when those come. And I'm sure the mayor's talking to you
Yes,
on
and in my conversation with the mayor, I did say that. That was kind of a thing that we agreed that, like she said, like we just want to make sure that my office has that's coming to you to a vote, that you all are informed and have what you need. So I said, absolutely. Well, that is one of the things that I'm going to work on with folks have some input from the staff, is creating some kind of way to have a process and how we prioritize things coming on the schedule, so we can try to balance this out a little bit, because yes, we want to do the work, but yes, we don't want to be killing ourselves too, and we also want to meet the needs of the city. So I think there's some fair way to figure that out, so that we can make it a lot more efficient for us. And by creating that, we can be more ready and be more efficient in our use of our time in the work session. Diane. Roger, did I miss you? No? Okay. Okay, Diane.
So maybe this is where the 2 weeks comes at, is that we need to request things 2 weeks in advance.
That would be helpful if you can do that. I recognize that that's not always possible, but.
Right.
Yeah.
Would that be, Carla, when they're on first presentation? Are you hoping that that's when it'll be flagged for a work session request?
Sure. Yeah, usually when things are coming up, when we know we're going to put it on for first presentation, we usually try and get it on for a work session either before first presentation. Now that they're separate, we'll try and get it on before first presentation or in between first presentation and second.
So that we have typically like a week between the work session and the time it gets up to reading to first see it, have it presented, digest it, and then come up, and then we still have another opportunity before it gets passed in second reading to still have questions and get those fielded.
Yes, yes, typically.
Okay.
But
Okay.
sometimes there's questions that council may have or certain projects that council may want to talk about that aren't associated with an ordinance or a resolution too.
And I do have a process that I implemented that has kind of a grid of questions for folks who are requesting a work session. And I'm happy to share with you all kind of what all the questions are that I ask, what are the details I'm expecting be provided. One of those things is I ask for the earliest and latest date. When can you be ready to present? And then when do you have to present by? And then I ask folks to explain their deadline, because then that helps me look at the schedule. I know what can move, what can't, And then it makes it a little bit easier for the administrative kind of back-end processes to happen a lot more smoothly and quickly.
All right, so we've got some feedback. Brett, did you have something?
And to build off of kind of what Carla was saying is, you know, when I first got on city council, it was different for me because I was just one person, not 3 or 4 coming on. But I had a lot of people that were very helpful to me and saying, you know, especially Chief of Staff Brian McCain, if you ever had something on the ordinance or on the agenda that you had a question about, whether it was a resolution or an ordinance, you could reach out to him and be like, hey, I need more information on N2 or, you know, whatever it is. And he could connect you with the department if you yourself wanted more information or wanted to better understand, or even just sit down with him and, you know, he'll go over it with you. And he kind of helped me learn the avenues that I could take to find out more information myself, so I didn't, you know, if I just needed to learn more before the work session or before a vote, if a work session wasn't possible. So utilize the resources available if you can too.
Thank you. The other thing I wanted to just check in with everybody on is I know that sometimes everybody has different needs on how they receive information. Sometimes having the electronic document that you pull off the internet or can see on your tablet is not the best. Sometimes you need a hard copy. So I would invite you to let me know if there are needs. Like, I'm sure the city staff would say, you know, would say, hey, I'm going to drop in and prepare the packet and have it printed if you need printed copies. That's something, because I know everybody has different needs on how they learn things, and sometimes it's not always that you can just hop on an attachment and get what you need. So I would invite, if there's anything like that you need, and we can accommodate that with the city staff to help us facilitate that for you, that you just let us know, and we can help with that. Because I know I'm like I need paper. I'm terrible. I think, and so, and the last piece of this is, from what I understand, up until the month of April, everything that's going to be coming before us on the regular city agenda has already been scheduled on the work session schedule. So we're caught up on that at this point. And so I think now that that's kind of gotten settled, and thanks to Katie and Tracy for helping with that, we can start to consider any other things that you all would like in the work sessions. Like if there's a topic you want to talk about, I know one of the big, there was a survey that some got back to me, and if you have not completed it, let me know and I can get you another copy. I've already tallied that, and I could share it with everybody of what topics folks want to have more work sessions on. I'll send that out, and then if we have any updates to those requests, let me know, so that I know that the mayor's staff is like, we can help get resources and folks in place to present on those topics in the work session. So is there anything else about work session? Any concerns? Things we can make better?
So how far in April have you scheduled? All of it?
I think we're scheduled till the end of the March. Is that right, Katie?
I think we have some April scheduled.
Is it April?
I think we have some in April scheduled.
Yeah, we've got April 6th scheduled, we have one on April 20th, but that's kind of a long-standing, I just think it's ordinance.
Okay.
And that was just the time that made sense. So, yeah, we're scheduled through April 6th.
At least through April 6th, our calendar is complete. And then, Katie, real quick, did everyone, as we made that adjustment in the work session schedule, did everybody that was on the schedule get rescheduled? Perfect. Okay, so that we got all that scored away. All right. Anything else? Yes, President Aliff.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned, and I hope that that schedule is fluid and not concrete. I mean, things can get booted off of there if something more important comes up, or, you know, Councilor Hernandez made the point. It really doesn't matter if we stay there from 5:30 till midnight, but what has to happen is that we have to have access to the work session. So if I call and I say, I need to get this on the work session, it needs to get, not just me, it would be anybody, it needs to get on the work session. So, you know, I just want to be clear that I don't think that there should ever be the conversation of, well, I can't get it on till May, or can't get it on till June, or anything else like that, because this is a city council work session.
Right, no, thank you, Mr. President. No, that, I do agree that we will work to have that flexibility and fluidity and prioritizing. If something is like desperately, like, it's gonna mean something is not gonna happen for the city because we don't get it on, that we say, no, we gotta prioritize this because of this type of thing. And I think that, yeah, that's fine. I think we can have that space for that fluidity, absolutely. Anything else? Anything else? Okay. All right. Let's see here. Moving right along. We have just a few minutes before 1 o'clock. Does anybody need to like take a break, or should we keep moving along? Just a few minutes? Break? Anybody need any bio break or? Okay, how about we take, it's 12:57 right now. How about we be back at 1 o'clock? All right.
That's all right, no problem. Don't let it happen again.
I'm just short, sorry. Okay, we're going to go ahead and group on back so that we can complete the last part of our agenda for the afternoon. Thanks, everybody, for doing such a great job today. I would like to begin our last session on goal setting and team building by introducing Dr. Stephen Ray. Dr. Stephen Ray is a licensed professional psychologist who works at Health Solutions, providing treatment at the adult clinic. He has been with Health Solutions, working with adults now at 10 years? 10th year, and has lots of experience. I want to preface this by saying, just to kind of put the lizard brain down a little, this is not at all going to be feeling like a therapy session. This is going to be, his presence here is just to facilitate. I know that counselors and people that work like Dr. Ray have great skills at this, so he's merely here to present the topics of values and team building and help us with our goal setting. So I just kind of want to help with, just kind of say that. So with that, I'd like to welcome Dr. Ray, who will help us through the last part of our afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Ray.
Thank you, Selena. I guess I'd like to introduce myself a little bit by saying how grateful I am for the service that everybody in this room is providing to our city and community, particularly given the trying times that we are facing. I came here in December of 2016 because it was time for me to pick my last job, and I'd been commuting across the Denver metro area for the previous 20 years, and I thought, I want to stop that. And my wife and I traveled through a bunch of places in Colorado, and we really liked the Riverwalk, and we stopped in Pueblo a couple of times on those trips. So when I saw positions were open down here, we both agreed that this might be a really nice community to retire to, and I haven't ever regretted it since. So I'm a transplant. I actually grew up in the East Coast, so I'm not even a native Coloradan. And one of the interesting things that I found in my first few years here was how many people were sick of Pueblo and they left, and then they came back because they really missed the place. And there's a lot of really special aspects and history here. You know, this is the heart of the Western Railroad. And, you know, at one time we had, 12, 13 languages, printed newspapers back in the day when the mining industry and the steel industry and the heavy industries were driving the economy. So I really feel a lot for this community. And today my purpose here is to provide a couple of exercises that may help you as you move forward, wrestling with these very difficult times of ours, and hopefully make it easier for you to gel as a working group and move forward with respect, collegiality, collaboration, and as little stress and tension as possible. Okay, so that's enough about me. One of the things I like to do is give people permission to take care of themselves physically. So if you need to get up, use the bathroom, walk around, stretch, feel free to do that. I'm not that formal a guy. We're going to start with core values inventory, and I believe, Selena, have you passed those out? Okay. So core values guide decision making, and they can either create fulfillment or feelings of compromise. So what we want to do is help clarify what matters most to each of you. So the first step is to identify important values. So take a couple of minutes, look at that value sheet, and circle all the values that are important to you in your life and work. Now, these are values that you see as being critical in your lives.
It's not even on the list.
I'm not. Feel free to write stuff in too.
Oh, and I forgot to prompt you to please try to be as independent as possible. The time to share and collaborate on values is a little later down the road.
I'm just pointing out what he's missing about himself.
Okay. Selena made me leave my Kumbaya drum at home today. I'm really upset about that, as you know, Selena. How are folks doing?
2/3.
Want a couple more minutes? Okay. Okay, the next task is looking at these values again. Cross off the values that you could tolerate being absent, compromised, or of lesser importance.
Of the ones you circled?
No, of the whole list. So the ones you circled are probably the ones that you don't want to compromise or let go of.
Could compromise?
So you're going to cross off the values that you could tolerate being compromised or absent. Okay, and then the third step is to narrow your list of important values to 3 to 5 non-negotiable values. These are values that, if compromised, would cause you to make changes or feel very unfulfilled. Kind of like your bottom lines.
Maybe you could mark that with a star. Star or write 'em.
Sure. Mark those with a star. That's a great idea.
You said 5, right?
3 to 5.
I think Mark is the fastest processor. Okay, once we finish that, we're going to have our first kumbaya moment. So we're going to break into 2 triads, and and Selena will choose which triad she wants to make into a quad. Not to put her on the spot, but she is the leader of the work group, so there it is. So let's have the 3 here and the 3 there, and Selena, you turn one way or the other. And what you're going to do is you're going to share your lists with each other. You're going to reflect on your own list. We're going to take about 10 minutes to do this. Then we'll talk about it.
No, you pick a side. You're on there, you're on that team, or you're on this team?
With us or against us?
Yeah, we're drawing a line in the sand.
That's right.
Pick a side, lady.
To balance out the.
You're welcome to join.
Well, I don't know, I was kind of thinking in this respect of like what I try to do in council. Like obviously family is like one of the most important pillars in life for me. But I didn't know how I was approaching this, so I was thinking of it as like, how do I like to represent on council? You know, I think, you know, you need to have common sense in the matter of I think we all need to be very respectful towards each other and anybody coming to present or be involved, you know, leading by example. We need to communicate
each other, community partners, all entities of how to work together on these projects. You need to be ethical in how you do stuff, I mean, you can't be having personal bias or doing backdoor deals, lining your pockets with the good old boys. And you need to have impact. If you don't create change or have impact, why are you there? And of course, many other things, but those are the way I try to approach my visions on council and why I got involved in this first place.
I think for me, in this big like list, like what you have fits in for me on my one.
Yeah, see, and that's why I said, like, a lot of these words are interchangeable.
Like 1 and 4.
Mhm.
And so it might be that we can have the same value, like have the same idea on how we work on things, so we just look at it different.
Yeah.
And call it something.
Because I know it's like humility, like the ones I don't care about. I have humility. I know when I'm not the knowledgeable on a subject, the smartest in the room, and I prefer to my legal counsel to guide me in the right direction. Or when Mark's been here, you know, sometimes Mark's been here for 10 years, or, you know, longer, or whatever. Well, you were on a term, didn't have a term, now you're back on a term, so you have prior history, like HSPPR, you know? I know when I need to lean on your experience, you know, in a prior situation that I don't know the information.
And think of like wars, you have respect, I have humility. To me, having humility means being respectful. You know, so that, it's just like, I like having perks. Noticing you have the same, just maybe a little bit different. What about you, Joe? What else do you have?
I don't have any here, but pretty much encompasses everything.
So what we've decided is that we all have
We can
different
agree to
personalities.
disagree and we can still be friends. And that's how I look at it.
Because all of those things I care
I
about.
mean, there comes a point when in every situation where all of this
Rigor?
kind of
Because I picked accountability, collaboration.
depending on how it's perceived by the other person, how you perceive what they're trying to say. That's how
I like to be alone.
So these
Yeah, I was,
Well, I guess common sense, that's a big one for me. I mean,
I didn't
common
go,
sense is very common these days.
I didn't go
But
straight down. I
wish more
said,
people
okay,
had it.
I'm
I think
a
respect is
for one
non-negotiable for
organization.
sure. I mean, you don't have to agree like Joe said, but you gotta respect each other and other people's perspectives, you know? Even if we don't agree on an idea with, you know, your idea, your neighborhood.
It's up to
At the
you,
end of the
it's
day,
to
you know,
your
we're respectful about it, we agree to disagree, we move on. You know, we give our opinions. Communication is important. We gotta work together. You know, we gotta communicate with constituents, we gotta communicate with community partners.
Humor, good humor.
I think it's important to be ethical.
Well, I wrote in science.
You gotta run transparently and
I wrote in
good government so that people trust you.
What'd you write in?
And you gotta create impact.
What's interesting about all of them is that they're all related to mutually value. I mean, I think you can find probably 90% of
Oh, yeah.
the word written there is a value to you.
You can circle almost the entire thing.
So you pick, I mean, some things really, you know.
Yeah,
I did.
for sure.
I think in the big scheme of things, it just all kind of comes together. And if you work off of your core, you know, you
almost
just,
did it all.
it just
I
comes
think that's
together.
important, especially in council.
I know for
Nah.
me, like looking at the stuff that I
You
can't
don't
leave
need
out, like there's
No.
one here about
Because I didn't circle everything.
winning. For me, that's like something, what if I were on
No.
council, what I would like my colleagues to know is like, I don't need to be right something.
I'm a Patriots fan, I have to win.
Oh, and Brett needs to win all the time. So, but you know, and then that kind of shoots right into this humility piece. Like I don't have to work to be right, but maybe I need to work to be like what you have, be impactful.
Okay, let me break in here. There's some reflection questions here that I'd like you to think about as we move forward with goal setting and vision boards. Those are, What did you notice about your colleagues' values profile? What surprised you? How does your understanding of your teammates' values from the beginning strengthen opportunities for teamwork and collaboration? I saw a lot of energized conversation going on, which was nice to see. So as we move forward, to connect personal values to your vision for your role on the council during the next year, we're going to have you put together a vision board, each of you. There's materials over there on the table to the side. And I don't know, Celine, if you think maybe we should let people spread out a little bit, because it might let a little more elbow room, but I don't know if that's considered breaking protocol.
There is no protocol, so if you need space, to go ahead and take space. There's plenty of room around here. There's the magazines are over here. There's some cardstock, some stickers. There's some, I know that President Aliff agreed that these were the best scissors for us to be using today. But there's also some, he was a fan of the scissors. But there's also
Okay.
some little fun, like, you know, those little ones that have fun edges over there that you're welcome to use. So if everyone wants to, like, take a little bit of time and find your magazines, pick what you'd like, and this is a moment just to relax, engage in creativity. And Dr. Ray, can you give the instruction again really quick about what the purpose of the vision board is for?
Sure. So the vision board is to connect personal values to your vision for your role on council during the next year. Okay, so look at your values sheet and assemble your vision board based on how you want to articulate those values in your work as a counselor over the next year.
Yeah, and on your vision board, it would be like, is it something that from your values you want to accomplish and
Yeah.
being intentional about a value? Is it a policy that you're working toward that you want to see happen in this year? So kind of do your vision board along those themes.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, address what you want to accomplish as a counselor as well. Yeah.
Where's the glue? How do I glue my vision?
Get creative with how you stick it to the board.
Saliva.
Thank you.
it's not, it passes.
Did you guys follow all the retention policies, right?
Yes, yeah, but that's not, doesn't qualify as a retention policy because it was a past ordinance.
Did it actually come before council and just not pass?
Like, I talked with Clyde, he said, he knows the retention.
Okay. I don't know if we, my thought was though, is that it's still an official record. So it seems to me that you may want to keep on this because you still have official action is still taken on this.
Katie has some markers over here too if you need to, want to write, we marked
But
yours.
the resolution is still, came before council, official action is still taken. And the resolution, you still have a resolution.
You want to make it here? There are 21 people.
So, that was my thought. It's still official action. It's still on the agenda. Let me talk to you. Let me put it out to you. So don't do anything.
No, we're not, I'll go with the city clerk.
Because, I mean, they still took official action. It's still official.
Oh, thanks.
We're getting somewhere now, buddy. I got the book of buildings.
You're gonna build a building?
We're gonna build this, and it's gonna say casino on top.
Brett, have you talked to anybody about trying to bring something to make a constitutional amendment?
Yep. I have.
Are they gonna do that? Does
There's,
it have to go to a statewide vote?
I know, there's people that reached out to me after the podcast. I'm okay. I looked out, there's just a bunch of doors. Somebody reached out to me after my podcast, actually, and, there's stuff they're working on in connection to that, that may, allow us to get there.
Because you probably have better success if you created a certain region of it, rather than.
There's a lot I could tell you that I would rather not speak about on open mics at the moment. But I'll give you all the info that I've heard and that they gave me in reference to that. I just don't wanna share too much before it's actually like potentially gonna happen.
Before you go too far, you should probably leave them alone.
Well, yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I'll leave you all with them and I'll tell you what their work is at, where they're at on the work, what the goal is and what the hope is.
Okay.
But yeah, no, I have actually spoken to people about that.
Okay.
Not much. It's like infancy stages. It's still concept. It's not
Okay.
fruition yet. Hopefully.
I have some ideas too, so.
Beautiful.
So.
And I'm open to everybody's
Come see me.
ideas. I actually, I got quite a bit of positive, reaction initially. My
Well,
phone
it's
was,
not the first time,
well, I know,
so.
but my phone was blowing up for like a week. Everybody's like, I saw you on the news for like the last 4 days about this, where are they coming? I'm like, they're not, it's just an idea.
When's what coming?
Casinos.
The what?
Casinos, it's just an idea still. It's not coming.
My idea of the food court.
You'd stay there and spend money there, right?
Is it on a beach?
No, it's on the Riverwalk. There's a casino on the bottom floor.
I saw palm trees, I was like.
Well, we're gonna plant some palm trees in Pueblo.
They probably grow.
You know, we got a pretty good climate.
This year they didn't grow.
Oh, Joe, I got one for you. You just gotta put the 21 in front of the century. Talking about us coming into the 21st century. Not your dog. That was fun.
Yeah, it was.
But I'm very busy right now.
Yeah, you're
Can't
here.
laugh.
Man, you're talking about bringing the community together over there with it.
Oh, no.
Rounding up all the old people.
Not old people.
Alright, we gotta start putting this paper on the pavement.
No, I got a vision.
I don't know how all this is gonna come together on paper, but I have a vision in my brain.
That sounds
Pretty good.
Huh?
Okay,
Ted.
this is the real one.
Are you drawing offense or defensive plays? Huh? Offense?
Yeah, we need to mount.
No special teams? You don't have any special teams? Okay.
I'm a special teams coordinator.
If I was you, you wouldn't touch my name.
On the plan of what this was supposed to be, but I'm making my own plan. What this exercise is supposed to be.
Need glue?
Do I have an ER? Do you want my ER?
I give it to you. Probably too big, but
You can have it.
You got a pair of scissors, do you?
You should have one too, Joe.
they wouldn't give Joe any.
Nope. Joe wasn't allowed scissors.
But we're okay, Katie.
Hey,
Well, I need the scissors. Thanks, Katie.
this is, Oh, yeah, this is fantastic. An arrow, cut your own arrow. Be creative. You want me to cut you an arrow, Mark? I'll cut you an arrow.
Yeah, I found it. It's a tree, but I'll make it an arrow.
Here, me, smaller, wow.
You like that smaller?
I know what you're going for.
Yeah.
I actually do like that.
Come on now.
See, I need more of these, but just kidding, I was gonna put it on. Oh, yeah, this is coming along great.
Look like an arrow.
Yeah, we actually have a plan A, a plan B, and a plan C, Carla. I don't know, I don't know if they agree on me on all my variations, but this group was very,
Enthusiastic?
yes.
Good.
See, check this out. See, this is the casino. On the mountain. See, this is the Riverwalk with live music and festivals, with a hotel, big commercial development with big skyscrapers and shopping. This is Reef-Town revitalization. That's my vision. Can you tell?
New York.
Yeah, well, let's put that one up. New Pueblo. That's what I should do next, is cut out Pueblo, put it over that. Still needed a cop car. Couldn't find one of those. If anybody finds a cop car, let me know.
I just had one.
Oh, man.
I think it was, history. Wasn't a cop car, it was like.
A police officer works too. That was for the National Guard. That was a joke. Alright, like this vision that is becoming. Now I need to be like you and do Pueblo, new Pueblo.
What's one of these in there? We need breakfast.
This is gonna be.
Should I phone a friend? She might be able to send me a snapshot. She might remember it.
Yes.
Okay. I'm done, we can move on.
Hey, man, it's not always about whoever's first or is finished. Sometimes the rabbit isn't better than the turtle.
Anybody want this one for you?
This is my river walk. This is the boats on the river, live music, hotels, shopping, big commercial development, gambling. It's gonna be the new Pueblo, and I'm looking for a beer to put there, for open consumption there too.
Okay.
So we're gonna do fun to Las Vegas, so, southeastern Colorado.
Yes, sir. Festivals, live music, open consumption, gambling, revenue. Revenue.
Okay. That's actually really nice. Creative.
I'm gonna give a shout out to Brews Ale House for this beer that I'm gonna put there.
It's legit. I think what you really left out. Put more homeless people in there and drug addicts.
They're already here, Mark. They're already here. This isn't gonna make it any worse.
Okay.
Once they kind of build it, that's all. See, forward thinking. Now we're on the same page.
I know. I'm not gonna make any.
Yeah, I was hoping to put a larger group of people on mine if you can find it. 5 people or more. Perfect. It'll go right here. We'll cut out the corner. Oh, that's too big. I swear I saw it somewhere, man. I just had it. Maybe it was in here. Oh, it even says Taste of Downtown. You're my hero. And they're breaking, which is even better.
Let's party. The new Pueblo.
You're kidding, right? That's the police officer. That's protector. He's for public safety. We're gonna have the new downtown Pueblo, where we're gonna party with hotels, shopping, live music, open consumption, and this is my casino.
You didn't use.
And this is people having fun. That's pretty good. I'm satisfied. It even says taste of downtown.
Okay, can we finish up in about 5 minutes?
Yeah, any final touches you think we need? Final touches? We'll make a guitar. Golf. Go to Hotel Casino Golf Course.
hotel, the old, where they had the call center. That was set up to be a casino. In the beginning of, yeah.
That's the rumor on the street anyway.
No, it's a fact. It's a fact.
Yeah, ideal location, I suppose.
Yep.
Everybody says I'm talking about super RVs. No, this is on AARP. They love this stuff too. I'm not dogging old people. Everybody said my ideas were for younger people. It's like, it's for everybody, not just young people. For all people. I'm typing comment. Oh. You little puppies.
Still the same.
Who doesn't love Elvis the rock star? Elvis? Yeah, Elvis Presley.
There were a
Elvis
lot of
Presley.
people that didn't like him, they tried to ban him.
Elvis Presley. Really? Why?
I said, we're not talking about you.
Oh. And some rock stars.
Does that even make sense?
Dogs, organization. Yeah, Riverwalk, comprehensive. Recreation.
Okay, so now we're going to have some time to reflect and talk about each other's visions, and then connect our visions up with how we want to lead Pueblo forward in our role as council members in the next year. And while we're doing that, I'll share a story or two about leadership. One of my favorite occupations is reading history books and watching videos. And one of the neatest things that I've noticed over the last few years is YouTube videos coming out about unsung heroes from World War II, Vietnam, Korea. And so I'd like to share the story of Eddie Kowalski with you. He was a Sherman tank driver during World War II in the European theater from D-Day through the end of the European campaign. And he was in Patton's Third Army, and he was a gifted mechanic. He could tell by the sound of a motor exactly what was wrong with it and how it needed to be fixed. And he used those skills when he was a 22-year-old tank driver and encountered Tiger tanks in the European theater. The Germans had laid a trap for Patton's Third Army involving 94 Tiger tanks arrayed in 3 battle lines. And their plan was, since the Tiger could hit a Sherman tank from about 1.5 miles, and the Sherman tank's gun couldn't punch through the Tiger tank's frontal armor at anything less than like 100 yards. So the idea was the Tigers could eliminate the Sherman tanks long before the Sherman tanks could pose any threat. So Eddie spent some time fighting Tigers after D-Day, and he started writing notes. He had a full notebook of notes about the Tiger and how it performed. He noticed that they guzzled fuel. They were really, really slow on acceleration. The Sherman tank could get up to 40 miles an hour in about a minute, and it would take a Tiger tank about 5 minutes to get up to its top speed, which is about 25 miles an hour. So there was a very big difference in mobility between the Tiger and the Sherman. He also noticed that the Sherman tank could not penetrate the frontal armor, but it could penetrate from the side or the rear of the Tiger tank. He also noticed that the Sherman's turret could rotate in about 15 seconds. It could do a full rotation. The Tiger tank's turret could not turn in less than a minute. So the Sherman could move faster, could aim faster, and he thought, maybe we should start taking advantage of those advantages. So rather than do a frontal assault and a set-piece battle into this battle line, what they did was they would maneuver diagonally and flank. And this worked really well. They ended up destroying the first line of tanks with about a 5-to-1 ratio. The Germans didn't like that, so they adapted their strategy and they started setting up ambushes in towns. And that was when, again, the Americans, from lieutenants and the sergeants and the individual tank drivers, realized that we can handle this if we set up ambushes of our own. So they turned each ambush into an ambush town. They would put anti-tank guns on the roads leading out of the towns and have P-47s flying around above. And this combined arms approach that they came up with in Normandy is now the standard battle plan that we've used in the Iraq War, in Korea, and still today. And that was come up with by the grunts. And that, I think, is the main leadership lesson here is that it's the people who are doing the work, who are in the front lines, that have many of the best ideas. And so, in effect, we all are leaders. We all have to help improvise and overcome and adapt as we move forward. Okay. So, let's think about, in connection with our vision boards, what do you believe about yourself as a leader that will help bring your vision to reality as a council member this year? What is your preferred style of leadership? And how do you prefer to lead within a team environment? So take a few minutes and talk with each other about those questions. With your vision boards in hand.
very simple, I guess. It has to do with community becoming more, I want to say, recreational, health conscious. We have the environment, we have the water. I mean, we're playing golf here in January, February, and they can't do that in the rest of the state. In fact, we have people come from nearby surrounding states to play golf. So, you know, I think cleanliness, clean environment, an environment where they providing recreational opportunities here. The food is great. We have less than this food, you know. And I've had people tell me that when they come this way, they have to stop and get something to eat because the food is great. The diversity of the food, whether it's Italian, Hispanic, Southwest Grill, you know, and
Nothing healthy about my food, Joe.
what's that?
Nothing healthy about my food.
Well, you know what I like, right?
Comfort food.
You know what I like.
Personally.
Yeah, so I mean, that's healthy for me. But anyway, it's the environment, the fact again that we're able, we look outside today, you know? Exactly, and people come to here and they see that, now that we have the river walk and that's expanding, and there's some other thoughts that have been presented to me, and I'm sure to some of you, like putting a cable between the end of the river walk all the way to the Rainier Lake and developing that, have cable cars in it. So some more recreation and sightseeing for people, and I've had some businessmen talk to me about that. Anyway, I don't know if I'm making sense, but that's where I am. That's my gut instinct.
Mine was pretty simple.
My brother was one of the biggest.
Right in the middle of it. You got me over here, you Joe. So literally, I believe that, you know, my main goal, and it has been from day one, is that this is the community. We need cash. We need to listen to the community. We really need a small government. We need to take control of that. The things that are necessary for the community when it comes to infrastructure, public safety, parks, amenities. We can start, finally start paying. So we got the wrong twill. Rather than that, these bogus expenses that we have on things that just aren't functioning. I believe that that's something that we can do. And it, in my opinion, it can be the single most dynamic, unbelievable thing that can happen to this city. Is to get that piece.
Great job.
You did a good job.
Hmm? Yeah.
And then let everybody give a chance to present on their board, to talk about it.
Sure. Yeah.
As we- But that we can hear that side.
Good, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes. There's so much to what you're saying.
Okay. Now that we've done this small group review, let's take a minute for each council member to present to the other six a synopsis of their values and their view of leadership and how they can move forward to collaborate over the next year to serve Pueblo.
We can start on the left. way on the end with Councilor Gomez.
You gotta start me first.
Sure.
Well, the only way I could figure out the movie was Ted Hernandez was Jerry Maguire, and I'm pretty much straight to the point. Being that District 4 in my own mind and what I try to represent, it's got the prevalence of a lot of the issues that we all keep on repeating: crime, poverty, homelessness, drugs. And I think our districts have the problem in the more low-income areas. We got problems in some of the District 1 areas as well, but I'm going to just put it straight. For me, it was real easy. Show District 4 the money, because that's really important. A lot of these places in the lower income areas, I don't think they have a lot of people that are going to really fight for them. And I'm fighting like hell, and I'm not going to stop getting this message out. So, for what it's worth.
Thank you, Councilor Gomez. Councilor Hernandez.
Okay, so my vision for leadership is no secret. I believe that working together, collaborating with all of us, the 7 of us, including the city, including the mayor, including the citizens of Pueblo, is my style of leadership. I believe that one of the aspects of that is collaborating, as well as listening to other people's positions and not having a judgment about their position, and valuing everybody's position. One of the things that has happened in not only the city of Pueblo, but across the United States the last 10, 11 years is this division that you're either on this team or you're on that team, and there's no team in the middle anymore. And that part of the problem is that we talk past each other. We never listen to what one another is really saying, because while I'm talking or while you're talking, the other person is already forming their response and never really hearing what the issue is for that person. So my style of leadership is reflected in my goals for city council, and this is my board, and basically it just says, with our money stresses, just know that we're fighting for you. Together, we'll move Pueblo forward.
Thank you, Councilor Hernandez. Councilor Johnson.
I'm going to go into my style first. My style is to be, to listen, be very attentive to what people are saying, and have an open mind, so that I'm not just going to go in and say, this is how I feel, and not listen to other people. Doing the project that we're working on, I found that I'm an organized person. I like things timely, and that fits into always reading all the attachments to the, regular section. You can trust me. I'm loyal to my constituents, and I love order. So, that's my part.
So on my vision board, I started off on this corner with this little thing here that says Still City Champion. And the reason I put that there is because I want to just say to each of my colleagues that I believe that on this council, I believe that we can all be champions for the Still City in the goals that we have collectively within, we can be moving pieces to be champions for Pueblo. I think we do that by having quality connections within each other, having good relationships, and starting a foundation of rapport with one another. I would like to also say, in respect to what I would like to begin working on as in my first year, is to keep mindful of keeping the people's participation. I'm really striving for people to say, I love Pueblo. I would like to focus on safety, affordable housing, and what is really on what I would hope to achieve is where we could say health in Pueblo is magnificent. And when I say that, it's about, I put here, Alzheimer's means you're having a good day. Alzheimer's, it means good days and bad days. And when I put that on there, it's reminding me of my commitment to work toward a pathway to improving the services that we have for our community with respect to addressing mental health and substance use, and what can we do together as addressing that as a strategy as a moving piece for everything else everyone would like to achieve.
So the 5 pillars that I guess you could say that I chose in the first activity were common sense, respect, communication, ethicalness, and impact. And I think those were some pretty important things as a leader in the community, or as a representative that you need to have. You need to, make decisions that make sense for the community. You need to have respect for each other, your constituents, the community as a whole. You need to communicate well with all your community partners. You need to be ethical in all the decisions you make, and you need to create genuine impact in the community, or why are you really here? I campaigned on some things around public safety, economic development, increased amenities in Pueblo. So I kind of created this vision board of some of the creative ideas, and trying to be, more lively for Pueblo. So this is the new Pueblo that I created. And in this background area, this, kind of signified some of the economic development and new manufacturing and job creation opportunities that, we're hoping to pursue going forward. We got the Jolly Green Giant here to watch over everything, because who would want to mess with that guy? So, public safety and anything we can do to help impact that is important. And then I kind of focused on one of our biggest key areas in town that is one of our greatest assets as the Riverwalk downtown. So, we want to have hotel development down here. We want to have live music and, parties down there with open consumption potentially to get people to have more things to do in Pueblo, come to Pueblo, spend money in Pueblo. Our initial conversation today was the fact that we don't have enough revenue. We need to find ways to increase revenue. If you have more foot traffic down here, you can sustain things like shopping. You can just sustain more business and a good, healthy environment in Pueblo. And then this is what is down here is my casino idea that I talked about on the podcast with the mayor. It's something that could help rejuvenate the downtown district, generate more revenue, and kind of just revitalize this whole area and create more sustainability for business and opportunity in downtown. And then I put puppies on there because who doesn't love puppies?
Good job.
Thank you, Councilor Boston. President Ayler?
Yeah, my core values came down to faith, family, freedom, and purpose. I try and lead with those values in mind, no matter what I do. On my vision board, obviously the big thing in the community that we all know about is as Councilor Boston just talked about, was revenue and what are we going to do as a community? And on my vision board, I just put up, we have the community, which is the large piece of my vision board, and they're screaming out to hear me, and what they're asking for is a smaller government that's more receptive to the actual needs that they have as a community. Obviously, as I spoke earlier this morning, I think the function of government is specific, and I think that we need to concentrate on those specific needs, and we, in my opinion, and based upon my board, I think I can make the biggest impact by being a champion for a smaller government that is more receptive to the community's needs, that deal in the 3 core areas of public safety, infrastructure, and our core amenities, which are parks and recreation and the arts. So that's what I came up with.
Mine basically has to do with safety, remembering growing up after basketball practice or football practice, whatever it was that I was doing at the time at the high school. We could walk down these streets, Santa Fe and Main Street, or Union and Main Street at 5 o'clock at night, 6 o'clock at night, nobody ever worried. So parents never worried. We could walk across the railroad tracks where Rockwell Installation was, where Mission Foods is now, and up to Goat Hill. We could do those kinds of things. So safety is a focus of mine. Working on the east side, we have some areas there, in particular on 4th Street, that need help. You know, they're blighted buildings. We've taken care of the need for food amenities, I think. We're close to that. But it's safety, security, and cleaning up the neighborhood. Seeing people work out, come, you know, on the streets, jogging and walking, and healthy foods and things, and socializing is my goal. Hope that makes sense.
All right. Thank you very much. Then, as a final kind of wrap up, I'd like to ask each of you to consider, and if appropriate, share, what commitments will you make to fulfill your own leadership role on the council over the next year and move towards your visions?
I'm going to pass out a little piece of cardstock here, and if you pick any color you'd like, and if you want to take a minute to write that down, and then we will have a moment to share that with each other.
Can you repeat what we're supposed to do?
A commitment you're gonna make to how you're gonna achieve some of this stuff over the next year, I think.
Council.
Oh, commitment to each other?
Yes.
Treat everybody with respect. Communicate with you all. All be at the one decisions I make.
Yeah, that would be step in the right direction.
You think? I'll make common sense decisions, and I'll hope to create genuine impact on the community. Simple. That would actually.
Get it right.
I like blue. I like the light blue. That was perfect.
We'll be committed to the other counselors this year. Put that on.
And I just write Mike. I write my affirmation to y'all. Commitment.
Get to read it.
My commitment to my fellow counselors.
you want me to go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. My commitment to my fellow counselors in my leadership capacity will be accountability, balance, collaboration, commitment, integrity, professionalism, honesty, teamwork, and respect.
I didn't use simple words. I wrote out sentences. My commitment is to collaborate with my co-counselors on projects, listen attentively with an open mind, read all attachments and presentations before meeting, having prepared questions. What's so funny?
I coughed and Mark's mad. My commitment to Mark is to never cough in your direction again.
Progress. We're making progress.
My commitment to my fellow counselors is to treat everyone with respect. I'll communicate clearly with everyone as much as I possibly can. I will always make ethical decisions in the best interest of the community. I will use common sense in my decision-making process to make sure whatever best for Pueblo goes forward. And I will always hope to be impactful for the future of Pueblo and work as much as I can with everyone to make sure we do what's best.
My commitment to my fellow counselors is to always be there for you. I hope that we continue to collaborate, to work together for the betterment of our community, and I promise to always have an open mind to whatever it is that you have to bring forward, and that I value your input, and I value you all as people. So that's the best I can do.
Pretty darn good.
Good enough.
I'm okay, I think.
It's for people online, Joe.
Oh, it's for people online.
That's as far as it goes.
Thank you. My commitments are to my colleagues are as follows: to work toward one common goal. We all got into this political arena for. To make this community we call Pueblo, or home, a safer, more vibrant, prosperous community. That's my goal.
My commitment to my fellow counselors is to treat each of you with respect, be open, and listen. Create opportunities for us to grow as a team, to make Pueblo move forward. I will challenge myself to be prepared and act with humility, to be professional, and work from a framework of collaboration.
Yes. I don't know if this is working on it, is it?
Yep. Gotta get close.
What's that?
Gotta get real close.
How close, Brett?
That close.
It's up to you.
Just checking. I want to prioritize the urgency and the need we need to target from the least fortunate of us and elevate them, whether it be the homeless, the poor, the drug addicts, or the gang sector of the great Steel City. Thank you.
All right. My fellow counselors, I want to thank you for the commitments that we have made to each other in this time as we begin to reset ourselves as new counselors for the city of Pueblo, and we are level setting these expectations for each other as we begin to work together. I'm excited for what this commitment means for our work together. I have to say I'm feeling a little teared up inside with pride for what we've just accomplished together. So thank you for that. Thank you for this time that you have shared to do this for our city. At this time, I want to thank you all for spending your Saturday here as we tackled a lot of hard stuff. Please leave your vision boards and your commitments on the table. And I think Katie and I, we're going to maybe find a way to post them in the chamber somehow. So if we can't, we'll give them back. But for now, let's try to see if that. You can sign them. Yeah, sign your commitments. Sign your commitments. Absolutely. Sign your commitments. And then once you've signed your commitments, then we are adjourned. Meeting adjourned. Thank you all so much for sharing your day with us. Katie, do you have any announcements about food, or do you want us to take?
Oh, yeah. We can, I'd love to get a
Okay.
photo of everybody.
Okay.